Chapter 2931. A middle-stage heaven lawmaster was not rare in a 9-star civilization. What was rare was that it would attract a terrifying heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulations of a 9-star civilization most often came from the Holy Mountain. Only when the will of the Holy Mountain strongly objected or wanted to suppress certain living creatures would such a situation occur. Rumble. What was even more shocking was yet to come. Not only did the heavenly tribulation lightning appear in the sky, but the shadows of stone statues also appeared. There were a total of 10 stone statues, each exceptionally majestic and huge. What? Shadow tribulation? Mohun gasped. The Holy Mountain Heaven's sun had many forms of heavenly tribulations that needed to be suppressed, but the most powerful of them was certainly not the so-called lightning or fire tribulations. One of the most terrifying tribulations was the shadow tribulation. The so-called shadow tribulation was the descent of the projections of the 10 Holy Mountain Heaven's suns to prevent the suppressed living creatures from breaking through further. This tribulation could cause the tribulation taker's breakthrough to be interrupted in the worst case. Who the hell is this person? Mohung's eyes widened, his breathing quickening. He had thought that Su Yu was just a very powerful young man. Now it seemed that was clearly not the case. Su Yu was an existence that even the Holy Mountain had to suppress. Throughout history, there were only a handful of people who were qualified to be treated by the shadow tribulation of the Holy Mountain. All of them were peerless existences. As he pondered, the tribulation had already begun. First, a dense thunderbolt descended like a storm, wantonly destroying the absolute beginning energy that Su Yu had gathered around him. In order for Su Yu's cultivation to break through, apart from primordial energy, he also needed to absorb a large amount of external absolute beginning energy to transform his body. Otherwise, the breakthrough would definitely fail. The first step of the tribulation was to interrupt Su Yu's breakthrough. Its intentions were tyrannical. Mohung hesitated for a moment, resisting the urge to attack, and slowly withdrew from the range of the heavenly tribulation. The tribulation taker had to withstand the heavenly tribulation alone. If there was help from an outsider, the heavenly tribulation would sense it, and its power would increase exponentially. At that time, it would not just increase by 2 times, but by several times. That would only put Su Yu in a more dangerous situation. Rumble. The absolute beginning energy around Su Yu was dissipating at an alarming rate. Although he was in seclusion, he could see the situation in the outside world clearly. His nostrils flared, and an ancient oil lamp appeared above his head. Seeing this item, Mohung was shocked. A saint physique. The divine physique was a taboo existence in the 9-star civilizations because it was the mortal enemy of the son of the Holy Mountain. For all eras, the divine physique was an existence that the son of the Holy Mountain wanted to get rid of. He finally understood why Su Yu had attracted the terrifying shadow disaster. As soon as the oil lamp appeared, it immediately emitted a 9-colored light that protected the surrounding primordial chi, preventing it from being dispersed by the lightning. As for the tribulation lightning, it crashed down, attempting to shatter the protection of the 9-colored light. However, it failed and was instead blocked by the 9-colored light. The heavenly tribulation did not stop. Instead, it became even more turbulent. The tribulation lightning in the dark clouds seemed to be free of charge as it continuously poured down. Hundreds of lightning bolts bombarded the light barrier without pause. Su Yu's oil lamp had absorbed a great deal of faith and was much stronger than before. However, it still couldn't withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of the disastrous thunder. Not long after, the flame of the oil lamp began to flicker, as if it was about to be extinguished. Su Yu, on the other hand, remained calm as he continued to advance his cultivation in an orderly manner. Strands of alpha origin chi entered his body through his pores, speeding up his cultivation breakthrough. Half an hour later, the light barrier released by the oil lamp had become much dimmer and was on the brink of collapse. However, Su Yu had already completed most of the process of his cultivation breakthrough. The light barrier was completely capable of supporting him until his cultivation finally broke through. As if the heavenly disaster had sensed this, the lightning gradually stopped. The world that had been filled with unceasing thunder finally quieted down. However, Mohung didn't feel that the heavenly disaster had passed. Instead, he understood that this was the true beginning of the heavenly disaster. The previous disastrous thunder was only a warning to Su Yu, forcing him to stop his breakthrough. However, Su Yu ignored it. The result was that the true heavenly disaster had descended. At that moment, the quiet dark clouds suddenly churned like boiling water. The projections of the 10 heavenly suns flickered, their solemn faces appearing in the layers of clouds. At the same time, an ancient and ethereal voice floated in the vast starry sky. Everything in the world nourishes man, but man has nothing to repay the heavens. Destroy the heavenly disciples, destroy the holy mountain. Whoosh, 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 the 10 massive projections descended into the starry sky, blocking Su Yu's path. Su Yu sat cross-legged, quietly waiting for the final breakthrough. The light of the holy body condensed into a 9-colored giant that spanned across the sky. The outline of the giant was no different from Su Yu. 11 light and shadow giants faced each other in the dark starry sky. Holy mountain, what right do you have to call yourself the heavens after stealing from the great beginning realm? The giant projection's voice shook the starry sky. The great beginning realm is the great beginning realm of all things, not the realm of your holy mountain. What's more, your holy mountain kills all other creatures in every era. Only the 9-star creatures that submit to you can stay out of it. It's ridiculous that you still call yourself the heavens that bless the world. The 10 projections of the 10 heavenly suns remained solemn as they said in unison, destroy the heavenly disciples, destroy the holy mountain. Whoosh, the projections of the heavenly suns all moved, each displaying the heaven-crossing divine technique. Among them, there was the life and death of the 9-tailed heavenly sun, the stone mirror of Mirrorflower heavenly sun, and the ruler of Xiaoyaro heavenly sun. The projection of the heavenly suns in the middle was the most powerful. It took out a palm-sized mountain, and when it was gently thrown out, it felt as if the world was pressing down. And this was just a projection of the holy mountain heavenly suns, not even a clone. However, the power of the collision was still extremely terrifying, close to the level of a great saint. As someone who had broken through to the peak of the early stage of the heavenly law master, such a shadow tribulation was definitely a tribulation of death. Unfortunately, they encountered Su Yu, the great emperor of life and death. The body of the shadow of the 9-colored holy body suddenly dimmed and became petrified. Then, with a grasp of his palm, the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations appeared in his palm. The turbulent power of chaos poured into the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations, pushing it to its greatest extent. 10 golden skeletons slowly emerged. With a wave of Su Yu's hand, the destructive black light appeared out of nowhere. Even the ancient god Jiulong's tail was cut off, let alone the 10 shadows in front of him. Crack, bang, the black light swept across everything, unstoppable. After all, the projections were only projections, and their power was limited. They were all wiped out. But the black light was also used up. Seeing that the techniques of the projections were ineffective, they performed seals together without any expression. Su Yu saw this, and his brows twitched slightly. He felt a sense of danger. It seemed that the 10 projections were joining forces to perform some very dangerous technique. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, and he took a deep breath, secretly activating the shadow of the holy body. The latter also performed a rather strange technique. His fingers drew several strokes in front of him, and the surface of his body sketched out marvelous trajectories. Chapter 2932. He wouldn't understand that it was a move from the Ultimate Ruins divine tablet. Every move was the source of all the divine techniques of the 10,000 clans. Naturally, it was more powerful than the legacy of the Eagle clan. As soon as the trajectory appeared, it immediately set off a pitch-black residual shadow, like a giant eagle crossing the star region. The residual shadow was surrounded by lightning. That was because the residual shadow was too fast, and the friction with the atmosphere produced lightning. Whoosh! The residual shadow flashed away, and when the 10 projections were still condensing to attack, it rushed into the 10 projections first. Crash! With a loud noise, the 10 projections were destroyed by the residual shadow on the spot. This was once the most brilliant ancestral technique of the Eagle Saint clan. Of course, because Su Yu's cultivation was relatively low, its power was not obvious. However, It was more than enough to destroy the 10 projections. Mohang secretly marveled. He stared at Suyu, feeling incredulous. The shadow tribulation was resolved just like that. No, according to the rumors, the shadow tribulation would not stop until it achieved its goal. As soon as this thought occurred to him, a mighty voice spread through the world. Sealing shadow. The broken 10 heavenly suns' shadows turned into nails, falling from the sky, covering the entire sky and covering the holy body projection. The projection once again displayed the ancestral technique of the Eagle Saint clan, and a residual shadow flew into the sky. However, the 10 Son of Heaven projections had all been destroyed. Those unknown steel nails had actually turned into countless afterimages as they fell down one after another. Suyu's eyelids twitched, and he was hesitating whether to give up the breakthrough. Suddenly, he found that the nails did not cause much physical damage to the holy body projection. Instead, they all penetrated the body and fell to the ground. However, Suyu did not feel at ease because of this. Instead, his eyebrows twitched even more, and he felt even more uneasy. Not good. Although he did not know what the so-called sealing shadow was, he must not let them succeed. Protection of faith. Suyu growled, and with a stretch of his arms, a cavern world appeared in his sleeves. This was the world of faith that he had seized from the Lord of Nirvana with the help of Sheng Yuanshan. After a period of cultivation, one of them had truly become his faith. At this moment, a substantial power of faith overflowed from the cavern world and spread on the ground. In this way, apart from the first 3 nails that successfully landed on the ground, the rest of the nails were intercepted by the power of faith. What happened next caused Suyu's pupils to contract. After the power of faith was nailed, it was fixed on the ground forever, no longer obeying Suyu's commands. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the projection of the holy body and revealed his own shadow. 3 nails were nailed into his chest, the space between his eyebrows, and his neck. Suyu tried to move his body, only to discover that while his body could move, his shadow remained there, unable to move. Moreover, he felt intense pain in his forehead, neck, and chest. It was as if something was burning, and it was spreading to the rest of his body. A soul attack. Suyu immediately realized what was going on. That nail directly harmed the soul. The most vicious thing was that because the nails contained the aura of the sacred mountain Son of Heaven, the damage to the soul was permanent and irreversible. Once one's soul was damaged, it would be difficult for one's cultivation to progress. Seeing that the nails were about to inflict damage on his soul, Suyu decisively severed all the souls that had been injured by the nails. Hiss. With a sharp pain from his soul, his 3 souls were cut out by 2 nails and separated from his body. He had lost at least 10% of his soul strength. However, he successfully avoided permanent damage to his soul. The shadow tribulation dissipated, and the entire heavenly tribulation was completely over. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated. Suyu's face was pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his face as he gasped for breath. Resisting the sharp pain in his soul, Suyu took a deep breath and forcibly completed the breakthrough of his cultivation. With a pop, the Taoist marks in his body were completely fulfilled. All the primordial energy outside his body flowed into his body and turned into the extremely pure power of the master of the heavenly law. Suyu clenched his fists, and a feeling of controlling the world arose in his heart. It was as if he was standing on a completely different level before and after the breakthrough. He held the great scythe of 10,000 calamity and waved it toward the starry sky, and a destructive light swept out. In terms of power, it was more than twice as powerful as before. This was the benefit of the breakthrough of his cultivation. The power of all kinds of magical artifacts and divine techniques had been increased exponentially. It's a pity that my soul was damaged, and I don't know how long it will take to recover. Suyu was not without regret. At the same time, his eyes were filled with hatred. Holy Mountain Son of Heaven. In the past, when he was in an 8-star civilization, the Holy Mountain Son of Heaven could not control him. But it was different in a 9-star civilization. The first time he broke through in a 9-star civilization, he was suppressed by the Holy Mountain Son of Heaven. If he had not decisively destroyed his soul, his life would have been ruined. You should be content, Mohang said, the shock that had not yet faded from his face. Since ancient times, no one has ever escaped from the shadow tribulation. At the very least, their cultivation would be interrupted, and at the very worst, they would die on the spot. Look at you, only your soul was damaged. This kind of damage to the soul could be recovered, but compared to Su Yu's gains, it was not worth mentioning. Su Yu said proudly, "Shadow tribulation? Humph, sooner or later, I will become the great tribulation in the life of the stone embryo Son of Heaven." The hatred between him and the holy mountain Son of Heaven had long been irreconcilable, and could only be repaid with blood. "Don't be too pleased with yourself," Mohung said profoundly. Mohung said meaningfully, "For those who have been taken care of by the shadow tribulation, every time they break through, there will be an even more powerful tribulation descending, until the legendary Son of Heaven of the sacred mountain personally descends to stop your cultivation breakthrough." The Son of Heaven personally descends? Su Yu's eyes narrowed. With his current cultivation level, he was no match for the Son of Heaven. "But you don't have to worry too much," Mohung comforted him. "Only if you reach the great saint level will you be able to attract the Son of Heaven's attention." With that, Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. When he reached the great saint level, there should be other opportunities. By then, he would not need to fear the holy mountain Son of Heaven. "Let's go," Su Yu said expressionlessly, keeping the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. Mohung stood in his original position, not moving. "Are you not planning to kill me to silence me? I have personally witnessed your holy physique." A holy physique was a taboo existence in a 9-star civilization. Once discovered, one would be hunted down by the holy mountain Son of Heaven. Su Yu calmly said, "I don't think you are that foolish. Exposing me will only bring you harm." Mohung had nowhere to go. At the moment, Su Yu was the only person he could trust. There was no benefit in reporting him. "Ha ha." Mohung could not help but laugh. It is so easy to get along with smart people. He looked at the great scythe of 10,000 calamity that Su Yu had just put away. "Maybe I can help you increase the power of this scythe." "Of course, that is if you trust me." "What? The power of the great scythe of 10,000 calamity could be increased?" Su Yu was excited. Chapter 2933. The great scythe of 10,000 calamity was a peerless treasure made from the corpse of the Daotai ancestor that the holy mountain had killed. They had placed it among the 8-star civilizations and given it to the 8 great masters under their control to kill the powerful fighters who had prevented the holy mountain from destroying the world at the critical moment. Unfortunately, it had never been used, and it had instead become Su Yu's possession. Is the great scythe of 10,000 calamity not a finished product? Su Yu immediately took out the great scythe of 10,000 calamity and showed it to Mohung. Mohung shook his head. "The crafting technique is rather crude. I think it was casually crafted by the heavenly masters." He pointed to the 10 heads on the scythe. "The Daotai ancestor should have another head." Rumor had it that the Daotai ancestor had a total of 10 heads. One of them was the main head, and the other 9 were all subheads. There was actually an 11th head. The 10th head was a true world formed with the help of its master in the past, Mohung said slowly, revealing a secret that many people did not know. Su Yu was surprised. "Are you talking about the Taichu Pathmaster?" If it was the Taichu Pathmaster, it would not be strange at all. That Pathmaster was so powerful that he could do anything. You know the Taichu Pathmaster?" Mohung felt that it was inconceivable. Not many people know of this name. "I only found out about this legendary figure from the books passed down from generation to generation in the Sacred Sword clan. Almost no one in the 9-star civilizations knew of the Taichu Pathmaster. They only knew that it was the Holy Mountain and the 10 heavenly masters who informed them. It was also from that book that I found out that the Taichu Daolord had an extremely powerful pet called Daotai." Mohung took the great scythe of 10,000 calamity from the Taichu Pathmaster's hands. "I also learned that the heavenly masters refined its corpse into the great scythe of 10,000 calamity." Mohung's eyes were filled with emotion. What a waste. Such a precious corpse was only refined into something like this. It is not even a tenth of the absolute heaven sword. If I had been the one to refine it back then, It would not have been inferior to the absolute heaven sword. Even if he were to refine it now, it would only have slightly improved the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. It would not have fundamentally changed the grade of the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. If you are at ease, leave it with me for half a year. 6 months later, I will give you a different great scythe of 1,000 calamity, Mohang said. Suyu said, no problem. The scythe of 10,000 tribulations was a useless object in the hands of others. Only someone like him, who controlled half of the Son of Heaven's body, could activate most of its power. What harm was there in handing it over to Mohang? Without another word, the two of them rushed toward the dilapidated civilization. Several months later, when they were approaching the dilapidated civilization, Suyu remembered Wen Cheng. At that time, because it was too dangerous, he had no choice but to keep it in the evil traversing lotus throne. With a tap of his finger, Wen Cheng appeared in a daze. He looked around at the dark stars and couldn't help but exclaim, "We're back." She then glared at Suyu bitterly. Liar! Liar! Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was full of grievances. You promised to show me around, but you locked me in a space storage device for half a year. Suyu smiled. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of primordial energy shot into the space between Wen Cheng's brows. Immediately, Wen Cheng felt an extremely warm energy in his body, and it nourished his limbs and bones, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Ah, what is this? Wen Cheng was surprised and delighted. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since her cultivation had improved. Sit down and train, Suyu said calmly. Wen Cheng immediately sat down with her legs crossed happily, waiting for her cultivation to break through. Several days later, a path of the heavenly law stretched across the vast sky. Wen Cheng opened her eyes and stepped on it, walking straight to the end. Her cultivation broke through to the early stage of the heavenly law master. Suyu's mouth twitched when he saw this. This was fate. In order to break through to the heavenly law master, Suyu had gone through a lot of trouble. When he walked on the path of the heavenly law, he was chased and intercepted by people from the holy mountain. In the end, even the path of the heavenly law was cut off by the holy mountain. If the human ancestor hadn't turned his spine into the heavenly law and helped Suyu complete his last journey, Suyu would probably still be a pathmaster. Wen Cheng, on the other hand, could easily become the heavenly law master. However, the only thing he gained was that he still had a lot of similar primordial energy. Before this, he had only used 10% of it. Just now, he had only used a tiny bit of it, which was the remaining 10,000th of it. Even so, he could easily create a heavenly law master. If he used up all the remaining primordial energy, he didn't know how many more he could create. My biggest gain this time is probably the primordial energy, Suyu murmured. He took out 10% of the remaining 60% and put it in a jade bottle. This bottle was reserved for Xia Jingyu. She should also need the primordial energy. Thank you, Ruyu. Wen Cheng's face was flushed and full of excitement. She hugged Suyu's arm joyfully. Suyu withdrew his hand calmly and said, I have fulfilled my promise to show you the outside world. Wen Cheng nodded delightedly, her eyes flickering. I will never forget it. Her first long journey made her realize how prosperous the 9-star civilization was, how vast the starry world was, and how insignificant she was. Ruyu, will you leave me soon? Wen Cheng murmured to herself as she looked at the deep starry sky. Suyu was silent for a moment, then said, all good things must come to an end. He was very grateful to Wen Cheng for releasing him from the White Heavenly Book, and even more grateful to her for taking care of him. But the two of them would have to part sooner or later. After this trip to the dilapidated civilization, he would gather his people and enter the 9-star civilization. On the day of our separation, I will give you a gift. Wen Cheng bit her red lips as if she had made a decision. A gift? Suyu remembered it in his heart. Half a month later. Finally, the dilapidated civilization was close at hand. That dim, abandoned civilization gave the Wen Cheng family warmth. Before they arrived, City Master Wen Yuan had led a group of strong men from the dilapidated civilization to welcome them. Wen Cheng, father. When the father and daughter saw each other, they could not help but hug and cry. Looking at the heartwarming scene, Suyu smiled and led Mohung away. In an abandoned corner of the dilapidated civilization, the roars of beasts could be heard. A petite girl was lying on a recliner made of animal skin. She was chewing on some heaven and earth treasures that would make ordinary people drool. Have you not eaten? Use more strength. That demonic beast, if you are not obedient, I will cook you tonight. And you, do you believe that I will cut off your balls and use them as a side dish? Suyu heard the shouting from afar. The veins on his forehead could not help but bulge. I asked you to train demonic beasts, not to learn how to cook. The petite girl jumped up from the recliner, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, you are back." She was none other than Xiao Dai. Her face was filled with joy, but she quickly realized that she should keep a straight face. Humph, so what if I am back? I am not happy. Chapter 2934. Suyu touched his chin. How did I change? You used to bring women back when you went out, but now you've brought a man back. Xiao Dai hugged her chest in disgust and said, "Did you really change your sexual orientation after being a woman for so long?" The more she thought about it, the more disgusted Xiao Dai became. She kept stepping back and said, "But, if you want to change, then I can accept you. But, how could you like such an old man? You are no longer the Suyu I know," Xiao Dai said with tears in her eyes. Suyu clenched his fists and smiled stiffly. "Do you know there are 4 big words on your forehead?" Xiao Dai touched her forehead and said blankly, "No." "What words did you see?" Suyu laughed. "I saw the words I want to get beaten up." Xiao Dai was startled, and then she covered her mouth and laughed. "I'm just teasing you. Who asked you to leave for so long without bringing anything for me?" Suyu loosened his fists and said angrily, "Who said I have nothing for you?" He flicked his finger, and half a drop of primordial energy flew over. Xiao Dai was shocked, and her eyes opened wide. What a treasure! She was the most sensitive to treasures, and she immediately noticed the difference in the primordial energy. She flew over and opened her mouth, and the primordial energy was in it. "Wow! It's a good treasure for improving cultivation," Xiao Dai said excitedly. Her cultivation could only improve by leaps and bounds through evolution. Therefore, since the last time she broke out of the cocoon, her cultivation had been stagnant and had not improved since. But the primordial energy was different. It was the purest energy in the world, and it was not inferior to the energy produced by evolution. It was more than enough for her to make a breakthrough. Moreover, what made Xiao Dai ecstatic was that this half-drop of primordial energy was equivalent to what she needed to evolve again. "Suyu, I love you so much." Xiao Dai sat down with her legs crossed happily, and immediately began to refine this drop of primordial energy. This breakthrough was equivalent to another evolution. Suyu was worried. "You won't evolve into an old woman this time, will you?" Every time she evolved, Xiao Dai would grow a little bigger. Now that she was a young woman, she would become a middle-aged woman. Jinx. Xiao Dai puffed up her cheeks and rolled her eyes at him. "I'm already an adult, so my appearance won't change much. What will evolve is only my cultivation and talent." Talent? Suyu could not help but look forward to it. Xiao Dai's evolution had never disappointed him. "Why? You don't want me to grow old?" Little Butterfly said with a smile that was not a smile. Her flat chest even puffed up proudly. Suyu said indifferently, "You are thinking too much. You don't mean what you say." Xiao Dai rolled her eyes, then closed her eyes and began to guide the energy into her body. When Suyu saw that he had started to train, he cut to the chase. "Did anything special happen while I was away?" In the ruins, the strong preyed on the weak, and there were dangers everywhere. While he was away, he was a little worried that some unknown force would covet it. "It's very stable," Little Butterfly said, then slowly opened her eyes and said, "To be precise, it's abnormally stable. In the past, the nearby civilizations would have disputes with this broken civilization every few days. If it's light, he'll resort to violence. If it's heavy, he'll lead troops to invade. But in the last 6 months, there hasn't been a fight or a quarrel. It seems that they haven't been here recently. In the past, the nearby civilizations would occasionally send caravans to buy things from this civilization. But recently, there hadn't been any. Su Yu couldn't help but be vigilant. There must be a reason for this. He said, "Didn't you send someone to investigate?" "Yes. City Master Wen Yuan dispatched a team of strong men, and our Cauldron also sent Sheng Yuanshan and a group of strong men, but there has been no news yet." Xiao Dai shrugged helplessly. "Sheng Yuanshan?" Su Yu was a little surprised. "Why did she go?" "Humph. Look at how distressed you are. She didn't want to be idle and wanted to do something for you, so she volunteered." "I didn't harm her." Xiao Dai snorted. Su Yu was a little worried about Sheng Yuanshan's safety. In the Tao Abyss, thanks to her stealing more than half of the Lord of Nirvana's faith, they had a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. In the end, before Su Yu could thank her, she took another risk. "Don't worry, Sheng Yuanshan and the people are all carrying the best escape treasures. If anything happens, they can definitely come back immediately." If that was the case, Su Yu was relieved. Moreover, he remembered that Sheng Yuanshan seemed to have cultivated a very special divine technique. If one of herself died, another would immediately appear to replace her. It seemed to be called the Six-Path Divine Technique. "I hope so," Su Yu murmured. "You should train well." He turned and returned to the Wenyuan City Master's manor to settle Mo Hung down. The environment of the broken civilization is like this. The path energy of the broken civilization was very weak, far inferior to that of a 9-star civilization. "Don't say that. It's much better than being enslaved by the Sacred Sword Tribe," Mo Hung said indifferently. "I will be in seclusion for a few more months. When the time comes, I will definitely refine the great sickle of 10,000 calamity." "Thank you." Su Yu cupped his fists and entered another secret chamber to begin his seclusion. He also had many things to do, one of which was to provide real documents for the people he was protecting. This stone statue would be taken back by the Palace of Heaven sooner or later. If he did not hurry to create more documents, there would be no more opportunities like this in the future. The number of people he protected was astronomical. Even with the help of various divine techniques, it was still a huge project. Su Yu beckoned with one hand and summoned the Sinful Lady and the other elites. With their assistance, he began to create the documents in an orderly manner. Time passed by in a flash. 2 months later, Su Yu had been creating documents day and night. Finally, he had issued brand new documents to the trillions of people. Even the cavern world of the faith he had seized was no exception. Every living creature had one. Because of this, many living creatures really had faith in Su Yu. After all, in their minds, the 9-star civilization was something they could only dream of. To be able to give them real documents was an honor bestowed by the heavens. Phew. Su Yu exhaled. The hand that was holding the stone statue was sore and swollen, and his face was covered with sweat. He looked at the stone statue in his hand again. Perhaps because of the continuous overload, there were cracks on the base. It could not be used for long in the future. It would be completely scrapped. This time, he did not know how to explain it to Bai Shui. Right at that moment, a fragrant scent wafted over. The Sinful Lady was holding a handkerchief and gently wiping Su Yu's sweat. Her seemingly indifferent face was filled with tenderness. "You worked too hard," Su Yu said. "Soon, the decisive battle with the Emperor is not far away. Once the Emperor was taken care of and the world returned to peace, he could live in seclusion and not care about the affairs of the world." Chapter 29:35. The message didn't come from him, but from Wen Cheng, who was in the room. Wen Cheng's expression was grave. She had several types of communication jade pendants with her, and different colors represented different emergencies. Looking at the blood-red emergency communication jade pendant in her hand, which was flickering incessantly, Wen Cheng had a bad premonition. There could only be one situation when the blood-red emergency communication jade pendant rang, and it was the most serious one among all the emergencies, the invasion of foreign enemies. "Ruyu, there's an invasion of foreign enemies," Wen Cheng said hurriedly. Su Yu was slightly calm, and said, "I'm almost done with my work. I'll go out and take a look for you." He was also a little confused. The current dilapidated civilization had been unified by Wen Yuan City Master, and its power was unprecedentedly strong. Unless it was an extremely powerful foreign enemy, it would be difficult to alert them to use the red communication jade pendant. The group of people walked out of the secret room, but the scene that greeted them was unexpected. The so-called invasion of foreign enemies, there was no trace of the enemy. Not even one. What they saw was an extremely shocking and bloody scene. Many blood-red skulls were tied to meteorite stones, and they fell on the dilapidated civilization like a meteor shower. Bang, bang, bang. Several meteors fell in front of the three of them. Looking at the bloody skulls, many people closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Suyu took a look, and his eyes were cold. The eyes of these skulls retained the pain and extreme fear they had when they were alive. It was obvious that their heads had been chopped off while they were still alive. Moreover, there were extremely deep scars on the faces of some of the skulls, which showed that they had been tortured before they were alive. When he looked up, there were more than 1 billion meteors in the sky. It was almost more than the number of people he had saved from the 8-star civilization. At this moment, all of them had turned into a meteor shower, falling on the dilapidated civilization. Along the way, they brought up patches of bloody mist, dyeing the sky above the dilapidated civilization red. An extreme sense of oppression made the people of the dilapidated civilization feel uneasy. This is the city master of a neighboring civilization. Wen Cheng suppressed her fear and looked at the skulls, but was surprised to find that she recognized one of them. And this one, he is an overbearing strong man from another neighboring civilization. He once had a dispute with our dilapidated civilization. Without exception, they were all people from nearby civilizations. That shouldn't be the case. The civilizations nearby are all very powerful. Could it be that they provoked some existence and were destroyed? Wen Cheng did not feel happy. Instead, his mood was heavy. It was no wonder that during this period of time, no living beings from the neighboring civilizations came to the broken civilization. Even the people who came to trade normally did not exist. It turned out that they had all met with misfortune. It went without saying how terrifying an organization that could silently destroy all the nearby civilizations was. It seems like someone is warning us about something. The sinful lady narrowed her eyes. Suyu replied expressionlessly, "It's not a warning, but a gift." Gifts? Wen Cheng's body trembled. She had never heard of anyone giving such a gift. Is someone taking revenge on us? She was not stupid and immediately understood what the so-called gift meant. The sinful girl narrowed her eyes. I think it should be the Skeleton Legion. The only ones who had become enemies with them and had the ability to slaughter the nearby ruined civilizations were probably the fearsome Skeleton Legion. Suyu nodded, confirming both women's guesses at the same time. It could only be the Skeleton Legion. Suyu's eyes shone with a cold light. If the Skeleton Legion wanted revenge, they could come directly. What was the point of slaughtering all the living beings from the nearby civilizations? Did they want to intimidate Suyu and make him live in fear? Or did they want him to regret killing 2 members of the Skeleton Legion? Actually, they would not. That would only make Suyu more determined to exterminate the Skeleton Legion. It's been a long time since I went on a killing spree, Suyu muttered. Although he had fought for a long time, he had not gone on a killing spree for a long time. However, the actions of the skeleton battle group had triggered Suyu's killing intent, which had been suppressed for a long time. He had never felt that people were necessarily good or bad. In the life of a good person, there would always be times when they did wrong. In the life of a bad person, there would also be times when the human heart would shine. Hence, he had never judged a person based on good or bad. But the Skeleton Legion had given Suyu a deep sense of malice. What kind of heartless people could do such a thing? Suyu felt that even if he killed all the members of the Skeleton Legion, none of them would be worthy of sympathy. Boom! At that moment, an extremely bright light streaked across the sky. It was a burning battleship. It was falling from the starry sky, heading straight for the city master's manor. It's coming for us. The sinful lady leaped up to intercept the battleship. She could feel that there was a dangerous energy within the battleship, and it was about to explode. She grabbed the railing of the battleship, stopping it from falling. Then, she pushed the battleship into the sky. As the battleship flew higher and higher, A strange light shot out from the battleship. It was a sign that the battleship was about to explode. The sinful lady glanced inside the battleship, her pupils dilating. The inside and outside of the battleship were filled with self-destruction formations carved with fresh blood. Every formation had living creatures nailed to it. Their methods were extremely cruel. Moreover, the formations were all revolving rapidly at that moment. They were on the verge of exploding. The sinful lady pushed the battleship back into the starry sky. Then, she quickly retreated. Just as she turned around, the battleship behind her exploded. An explosion wave that radiated half of the broken civilization swept through the starry sky. The sinful lady couldn't dodge in time. She was hit by the wave and immediately fell down. Her black clothes were completely burned, and the surface of her body was a bloody mess. Just a moment of shock had caused her such serious injuries. If she had retreated a little later, she might have been killed on the spot. When she was about to fall, Suyu leaped up and held the falling sinful lady in his arms. He immediately healed her injuries with the life domain. Looking at her body that was gradually recovering, he couldn't help but say, "Are you stupid?" She knew it was dangerous, but she didn't retreat as soon as possible. The sinful lady's injuries should have been extremely painful, but she didn't even frown. She tilted her head and pointed to the distance. "If you don't push it away, it will affect the demonic beasts you raised." It turned out that she was protecting Suyu's painstaking efforts. Suyu's heart was filled with warmth. Without saying a word, he instilled more life energy into her body. "Ruyu, look." Wen Cheng suddenly thought of the scene of the battleship after the explosion. After the explosion wave subsided, a line of bloody words was left. Every word was glaring and hideous. It was as if it was written by an evil spirit from hell. Suyu stared at the bloody words and said slowly, "A debt of blood must be paid in blood." His eyes were filled with intense coldness. These 4 words were very good. It was great that the skeleton battle team had such awareness. Chapter 2936. The Skeleton Legion did not know who they were going to take revenge on, and who they were. They did not even know that they had dug a grave for themselves. Suyu, Sheng Yuanshan, and the rest have not returned yet. The sinful lady voiced out her worries. So many creatures from the nearby civilization had been imprisoned and killed. What about Sheng Yuanshan and the rest who had gone to investigate the situation? They had not sent back any news, and their safety was unknown. In fact, the sinful lady did not mention that Sheng Yuanshan and the rest had most likely met with misfortune. At least, they had fallen into the hands of the skeleton battle group. Otherwise, they would have sent back some news when such a huge commotion had occurred in the outside world. The situation had become very bad. Suyu did not speak. How could he not have thought of this? The best-case scenario was that Sheng Yuanshan had only been captured. The worst-case scenario was that Sheng Yuanshan might have been tortured to death. Sheng Yuanshan's head might have been among the gifts just now. "Send someone to investigate the location of the skeleton battle group," Suyu said calmly. No one could understand the meaning in his eyes. Only the sinful lady beside him could feel the murderous intent in his eyes. "All right, I will go myself." "It will take at most 1 day," the sinful lady said. If anyone else went, they would not be able to guarantee their own safety. She was the only one who could guarantee her own safe return. "Be careful," Suyu said. In terms of strength, apart from him, the strongest person in the entire broken civilization was probably the sinful lady. The sinful lady went to investigate, while Suyu made some preparations. He returned to the secret room, took out the ultimate divine stele, and stared at the various divine techniques carved on it. After a moment, he took a deep breath, took out a drop of his own blood essence, and dripped it onto the ultimate divine stele. However, the drop of blood immediately bounced off, refusing to be refined by Suyu. It would be strange if the ultimate divine stele could be refined so easily. Suyu was not discouraged. He offered a drop of blood essence again, but it was still bounced off. However, Suyu persevered, trying again and again. The blood essence in his body was almost completely drained. However, Suyu still had no intention of giving up. Instead, he continued to try. At this moment, his face had already become incomparably pale due to the loss of blood, and his palms had begun to tremble. However, he did not want to give up. Stubbornness was the worst thing, and refining was no exception. Finally, hard work paid off. After hundreds and thousands of attempts, a drop of blood essence finally landed on the sinkhole divine Steely. Although it was bounced off, a trace of blood miraculously entered the sinkhole divine Steely. This could be attributed to the fact that Suyu had once controlled half of the returning ruins divine monument for a long period of time. It was only because of this that the returning ruins divine monument had a slight sense of belonging to him. Only then could he successfully integrate this trace of blood. Suyu slowly absorbed the blood essence that had been bounced off into his body. When his complexion returned to normal, he took a deep breath and started to transform the blood essence into a mark, which he then fused into the ultimate divine monument. Under the control of his mind, the strand of blood fused into the depths of the omniscient monument. Moreover, Suyu had to pay a huge price for every bit of it that he managed to fuse with it. In just a short while, Suyu's whole body was drenched in sweat, and his soul energy was depleted, so he had no choice but to stop and rest. Seeing that he was running out of time, Suyu used time acceleration. Under the state of time acceleration of 1,000 times, Suyu began to refine it day after day. And towards the end, the difficulty of the blood wisps fusing into the depths of the sinkhole divine monolith increased. Even after several months, the blood wisps didn't move an inch, and Suyu almost gave up. However, hard work paid off. When a whole day passed, under the state of time acceleration, it was like 3 whole years had passed. The strand of blood finally fused into the depths of the core of the omniscient monument. This meant that Suyu finally had a sliver of control over the omniscient monument. Just as the blood wisps fused into the core, Suyu's mind suddenly roared, and his soul fell uncontrollably into a chaotic world. The world was pale, and everywhere was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was like the depths of a pure white world that had nothing. Suyu was no stranger to such a world. This place was a deserted corner of the omniscient monument. Looking into the distance, the world was dark, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless dangerous and strange creatures were walking about. Those were the energies of all kinds of creatures. Suyu was excited. The world of returning ruins. Xiana, Xiaoye, Hanxian, wizard ancestor. Their names appeared in Suyu's consciousness one after another. Could he bring them out of the world of returning ruins now? Filled with excitement, he flew toward the place where the creatures were. However, when he reached the border between the white world and the dark world, he was fiercely bounced back by an unknown force. Suyu staggered and was bounced back on the spot. However, the creatures in the dark world did not notice Suyu at all, as if he had never appeared. After many attempts, Suyu found that although he had come to the world of returning ruins, he was confined to the white world, and he could not establish any communication with the creatures inside. To be precise, what Suyu saw was not a creature, but the energy of a person who had returned to the void. It was like Suyu's past self. In a trance, Suyu seemed to see a bamboo forest, a thatched cottage, and a beautiful girl who claimed to be his wife. Suyu hammered the barrier at the border, his heart aching. "Wait for me, I will bring you back sooner or later." Suyu closed his eyes in pain. When he opened them again, his consciousness returned to his body. He had a general understanding of the situation just now. He had indeed refined the omniscient monument of the returning ruins, but only a very small part of it. The white world was Suyu's territory in the omniscient monument of the returning ruins. However, because the refined part was too small, it was actually separated from the world of returning ruins. Not to mention affecting the world of returning ruins, he could not even be noticed by the energy of the world of returning ruins. However, this told Suyu that refining the omniscient monument could indeed allow him to enter the world of returning ruins. Of course, Suyu's original intention of refining the omniscient monument was not to save Xiana and the others. Instead, he was eager to deal with the upcoming skeleton battle. He held the omniscient monument of the returning ruins, and with a thought, he controlled the monument to fly into the air. The engravings on the monument flickered with flickering light, as if it could be moved at Suyu's command at any time. The engravings on the monument were derived from the Taichu Dao marks. Although the explosive power was not as great as the Taichu Dao marks, it was still extremely terrifying. Once it was used, it would certainly cause great damage to the skeleton battle. Beep beep. His communication jade pendant vibrated, and Suyu immediately opened it. It was a message from the sinful lady. She did not disappoint, as she had already confirmed the location of the skeleton battle. However, apart from the location information, there was another piece of information, which was that there was an extremely powerful being among the skeleton battle, comparable to the ancient god Jiolong. In the past, the creatures of the 8-star civilizations all regarded the ancient god Jiolong as an existence comparable to the carefree son of heaven. Chapter 2937. But in reality, from Suyu's fight with the powerful fighters of the 9-star civilization, he could roughly deduce that ancient god Jiolong's abilities were at the great saint level. That was the second stage of the late-stage master of the heavenly law, far from the level of Emperor Xiaoyao. In other words, there was a great saint-level fighter in the skeleton battle group. Unbelievable. Suyu murmured. A great saint has become a wanderer, leading a motley crew to kill and plunder. A great saint-level fighter was a figure in a 9-star civilization who could cause the earth to tremble with just a stamp of his foot. Such a figure was not in a 9-star civilization, but in a barren starry sky. Moreover, according to the records, the skeleton battle group's appearance was extremely mysterious. It seemed to have appeared overnight and quickly became a dark force that intimidated the entire starry sky. Suyu's eyes narrowed. There is something wrong with this skeleton battle group. He put away the divine tablet of the returning ruins, looked at the location in the message, and left. Just as he was about to go to the skeleton battle group to find Sheng Yuanxin and the others, a sea of people had already gathered outside the city master's manor. The city master was trying his best to calm them down, but to no avail. To be precise, they were not panicking, but angry. Every debt has a debtor. Get that bastard out of the broken civilization. Get Su Ruchu out of the broken civilization. He should take responsibility for the people he killed. Why should we be implicated? City Master, please stop sheltering that murderer. Hand him over to the skeleton battle group, and we will all be safe. The huge gift from the skeleton army had truly scared the living beings of the broken civilization out of their wits. They had nowhere to run, and the fear in their hearts was magnified. They vented all their anger on the culprit, Suyu. They felt that Suyu had killed the members of the skeleton battle group. As the saying went, every debt has a debtor. Since it was Suyu's doing, he should bear the responsibility himself and not implicate the innocent living beings. City Master Wenyuan comforted them. Everyone. You can't say that. The members of the skeleton battle group came to our broken civilization to commit crimes. Su Ruchu could have just stood by and watched, but why did he intervene? Could it be that he had nothing better to do? Could it not be that he hated evil and felt injustice for all of you? Now, the skeleton battle group came for revenge, and you pushed him out? What is this? Are you heartless and ungrateful, or are you biting the hand that feeds you? The immense fear made it so that ordinary beings didn't even think about it seriously. In order to survive, all sense of propriety, justice, and honor had collapsed in an instant. Moreover, as vagrants, they were either sinners themselves, or how much awareness could they have after becoming a sinner? Nonsense. The crowd retorted fiercely, we didn't ask him to do anything. He was the one who meddled in our business and caused trouble. Why shouldn't he take responsibility? Yeah. Didn't the skeleton group not do anything? What if they just came and left? It was originally fine, but he poked a hornet's nest the moment he made a move. That's right, he must pay for his recklessness. The excitement of the crowd drowned out the voice of the city lord. The people had already lost their rationality, lost their ability to think. City Lord Wenyuan felt extremely sorrowful, extremely angry. They were all lying to themselves. Since when did the members of the Skeleton Legion not cause a massacre after appearing? Back then, if Suyu had not killed the 3 powerful members of the Skeleton Legion, the dilapidated civilization would have become a graveyard long ago. Now, after they chased Suyu away, Would the Skeleton Legion let go of the dilapidated civilization and only target Suyu? Dream on. With the Skeleton Legion's ferocious reputation, the dilapidated civilization would definitely not be spared. Without the protection of a strong martial artist like Suyu, the dilapidated civilization would only be destroyed faster and more thoroughly. You are all muddle-headed. City Lord Wenyuan shouted in pain. Unfortunately, the living beings couldn't hear him. They only wanted to hand Suyu over, firmly believing that they would be lucky. He was about to shout, but Suyu appeared without anyone noticing, patting his shoulder. Don't waste your energy. People only want to believe in what they believe. Did they not understand the bloodthirsty style of the Skeleton Legion? Not only did they know, they had also seen it. Even the innocent nearby civilizations had been massacred by the Skeleton Legion, all of them brutally tortured to death. How could the dilapidated civilization have been spared? They were just being lucky. After handing Suyu over, the Skeleton Legion would change their minds. They were simply lying to themselves. Elder Su. The city lord immediately cupped his fists. He was extremely grateful to Suyu. Not only had Suyu saved Wenyuan City, but he had also saved his father and daughter. Suyu had even generously gifted his daughter with the precious primordial energy. Suyu's kindness was greater than the heavens, and the city lord respected Suyu greatly. Hence, he had stood his ground and protected Suyu. Suyu smiled. Go down and rest. But they. City Lord Wenyuan looked at the boundless crowd of living beings, scanning their fearful and ferocious gazes. He was extremely worried. They did not have the slightest bit of kindness toward Suyu. Suyu waved his hands. No matter. Go and take stock of those who are willing to follow me. Also, take care of all the things that can be taken away. His words were very clear. He was leaving, no longer caring about the lives of the living beings of the dilapidated civilization. He did not conceal his words. He had said them in front of all the living beings of the dilapidated civilization. Many of the living beings revealed a sliver of fear in their eyes. If you want to leave, leave by yourself. Why are you taking the city lord and the rest with you? That's right. If the city lord is gone, what are we going to do? If you want to leave, leave by yourself. The crowd shouted angrily, as if they were in the right. It was as if someone was born to protect them. Ignorant and foolish. Suyu shook his head. This was how blind living beings were. They forcefully placed their hopes on others, regardless of whether that person was obligated to bear the responsibility. Suyu looked at them and said, Why should I take them with me? Because you are not worthy of my protection. If you can hand me over today, you can hand over the city lord tomorrow. The day after that, you can hand over the rest of the people who helped you. I will be abandoned by you sooner or later. Why should I stay and protect you for free? No one owes you anything, and no one needs to protect you. As he spoke, he released the powerful cultivation of a middle-stage heavenly lawmaster, which was extremely intimidating. From now on, take care of yourselves. I will leave immediately. Suyu turned around, leaving behind the living beings who had fallen into an even greater panic. Suyu shook his head slightly. These living beings had no faith. The only faith they had was himself. They were not worthy of Suyu's help. City Lord Wenyuan looked reluctant and said, Senior Su, Suyu waved his hands and said, I only help those who need help. They no longer need me, so why should I help them? Looking at the sky, he said, I will only give you 2 hours to prepare. Chapter 2938. What could 2 hours do? Wouldn't it take more than an hour to send a message to the entire broken civilization? But seeing Suyu's serious expression, the Wenyuan city master did not dare delay. He immediately ordered his trusted aides to make the announcement to the outside world. He hurriedly went to pack his things, trying to bring the most important things with him. Seeing that the city master was really going to abandon them, the ferocious creatures were all agitated. They were panicking and angry, as if they had been greatly wronged. Wenyuan city master, we saw you as the new hope of the broken civilization and agreed to merge with Wenyuan city. But now you are abandoning us. Are you worthy of our trust in you? Similar voices could be heard from the crowd. Wenyuan city master heard them, no longer struggling in his heart. He had already seen through these so-called citizens. They were asking him, the city master, to contribute as if it was a matter of course. But if there was trouble, he would be pushed out mercilessly like Su Yu. Seeing through this, Wenyuan's city master was expressionless. He gathered all those who were willing to leave with him. Most of them were former residents of Profound Learning City, and they had deep trust in the city lord. So they immediately followed the summons. Time passed slowly. Just as they were packing their things, a voice came from beyond the heavens. Hand over the culprit, and we will let bygones be bygones. Resistance will only lead to death. The crowd looked up to see a small golden boat slowly descending into the broken civilization under the protection of several strong fighters from the Skull team. On top of the small boat stood a person with a cold expression. He was none other than Xiao Yang. She was the one who had led the Skull team back to the broken civilization to take revenge for the sins she had once suffered. At this moment, looking at the surging emotions of the broken civilization, she was very satisfied with the result. The reason why these living creatures had been incited to denounce Su Yu was not without reason. She had contacted the old officials of the First City, and with their secret instigation, this great denunciation had come. Their goal was to chase Su Yu out of the broken civilization so that they could kill him. Secondly, if they did not chase Su Yu away, wouldn't it be very troublesome to destroy the broken civilization? Looking at the surging crowd below, Xiao Yang laughed coldly in her heart. What a bunch of pigs! She had returned to take revenge on Su Yu and Wen Cheng, and to destroy the civilization that had witnessed her humiliating history. Xiao Yang, City Lord Wen Yuan, Wen Cheng, and the others were all surprised. When Xiao Yang was captured by the Skeleton Legion, he actually did not die. From the looks of it, he had become a rather important person in the Skeleton Legion. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Xiao Yang seemed to be smiling, and there was an indescribable viciousness hidden in his smile. The Profound Knowledge City Lord spoke in a serious tone. Xiao Yang, don't try to mislead us with your lies. You know very well what kind of people the Skeleton Squadron is. They will not let go of a broken civilization. He. Xiao Yang stared at City Lord Wenyuan's nervous expression and let out a breath of turbid air. What, are you afraid? Since you're afraid, then hand Su Yu over. Otherwise, the Skeleton Legion's army will soon arrive and kill all of you. As soon as these words came out, all living beings fell into a complete panic. City Lord Wenyuan, quickly hand Su Yu over. Are you trying to get us all killed? You muddle-headed City Lord, you still refuse to come to your senses. Quickly hand him over. The crowd roared hysterically, as if they had seen their last hope. City Lord Wenyuan was unmoved, coldly saying, a bunch of fools. Looking at the crowd of angry, ignorant living beings, City Lord Wenyuan knew that he could not stay any longer. Who knew what the instigators would do to them? Stop packing and leave immediately, City Lord Wenyuan shouted. The people who had followed him immediately gathered around Su Yu, ready to leave at any moment. The angry living beings had already begun to destroy the City Lord's manor, forcing their way in and surrounding them. All of them looked as if they had a huge grudge against Su Yu. Luckily, even though they had the advantage in numbers, Su Yu's abilities were still fresh in their minds, and they did not dare attack. Xiao Yang laughed coldly. If she continued to force them, she believed that she could easily force Su Yu and the rest out. But she did not intend to do so. Since she was here for revenge, she would take revenge to the end. Wen Cheng, do you think you can escape alive? Xiao Yang suddenly locked her gaze onto Wen Cheng. The latter's expression changed slightly. To be honest, Wen Cheng did not have the slightest bit of confidence, even though he had seen how extraordinary Su Yu's attacks were. However, what they were facing now was the world-famous skeleton battle group. Now that the living beings of the broken civilization were all out to attack Su Yu, they had no intention of working together. How could Su Yu and them, who were weak, resist the skeleton battle group? It was very likely that they would end up like the countless heads. I will give you and your father a chance to live. Xiao Yang was smiling, but she was laughing maliciously in her heart. Wen Cheng had always been wary of Xiao Yang. What chance? She asked weakly. She could already imagine what Xiao Yang's request would be. It would probably be for her to kneel down in front of everyone, kowtow, and admit her mistake. Xiao Yang had always been a self-centered woman. She must want her to admit her mistake now, right? But Xiao Yang's reply caused Wen Cheng's face to turn red. She was furious. Very simple. Take off your clothes and let the living beings of the broken civilization see their fill. Xiao Yang could not help but recall her nightmarish memory of being possessed by Marquis Wolf. That was a pain that she could not erase for the rest of her life. All of this originated from Wen Cheng and Su Yu. Thus, she wanted Wen Cheng to suffer the same humiliation. Only then could she alleviate a portion of the hatred in his heart. Wen Cheng was furious. You shameless woman. She clenched the front of her clothes, weakly shouting. How could she do such a thing? Then I'm sorry, but you and your father will both have to die. Xiao Yang said coldly. When your father's corpse falls in front of you, you will regret it. You sacrificed your father for a piece of clothing. What an unfilial daughter. Wen Cheng clenched her fists. This kind of fallacious reasoning sounded very reasonable, but in reality, it was a complete mess. But she had to admit that if her father really died because of this, she would feel guilty. I'll give you one more chance to consider. Do you agree or not? Xiao Yang said. The surrounding living beings became much quieter, especially the male living beings. They all looked toward Xiao Yang. Some of them even had a hint of schadenfreude, anticipation, and passion. Although Wen Cheng was not particularly beautiful, her status was incomparably respected, and she was as pure as ice and clean as jade. To be able to see her naked body was a rare treat for the eyes. Chapter 2939. Wen Cheng was encouraged. Indeed, did she really expect Xiao Yang to keep her promise and release her father? The answer was obviously no. Isn't it just death? What's the big deal? I'll die with my father. It's better than you living alone in this world, Wen Cheng said, mustering her courage. Xiao Yang wanted to humiliate them but failed. His eyes were filled with hostility, and his viciousness increased instead. Fellow people of the broken civilization, Wen Yuan and his daughter have persecuted the common people and disregarded your lives. They are heartless and unjust. On behalf of the skeleton group, I promise you that anyone who can obtain the first drop of Wen Cheng's blood and obtain her body will be pardoned. Not only that, but we will also give you a city's worth of resources. What? The living creatures were excited. Not only would they be spared from death, they would also be given the resources of a city. Did that not mean that they could become a city master overnight? The living creatures stared at Wen Cheng like hungry wolves. The meaning in their eyes was self-evident. If not for Su Yu, they would have already pounced forward and torn Wen Cheng to pieces. Are you still not going to act? Xiao Yang said. I will only give you 10 breaths of time. She laughed sinisterly. She wanted to see Wen Cheng suffer the same pain and despair that she had suffered. As for Su Yu, he could only watch, unable to change a thing. She did not believe that Su Yu would be able to contend with the living creatures of the broken civilization. As soon as she said this, the living creatures could no longer hold themselves back. They all charged forward with bloodshot eyes. Brothers, the city master and his daughter have let us down. Take down Wen Cheng, we will fight for our lives. Amidst the roars, the living creatures were finally moved. They surged forward like a tide. City Master Wen Yuan was shocked. Quick, take Wen Cheng and leave first. I will hold them off. With a push of his palm, he pushed Wen Cheng into Su Yu's arms while he stood in front. He had already prepared himself for the worst. He wanted to protect his only daughter. At this moment, he had seen through this group of so-called living creatures. Just as Su Yu had said, when the time came, he could immediately abandon the city master. Wasn't his daughter the best proof of that? What was there to protect about such a living creature? However, what made City Master Wen Yuan feel a chill was that Su Yu had no intention of leaving. He merely pulled Wen Cheng to his side. Then, he unhurriedly extended his finger and pointed at the living beings that were swarming over from all directions. His eyes were cold as he said, I'll give you one last chance. Scram and leave my sight forever. It was a pity that the bewitched creatures didn't take Suyu seriously because they had the advantage in numbers. Brothers, we have the advantage in numbers. Don't be afraid. Charge. Whoever obtains when Cheng first will be the next city lord. The only sound in the crowd was the morbid cries. Suyu closed his eyes and calmly said, I've already given you a chance. He spun on the spot and swept his fingers in all directions. Puff, puff. All the creatures in the surroundings exploded into a mist of blood. Within a radius of 10,000 li, apart from his own people, everyone else was flattened into a bloody mess. The creatures that were pouncing over felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. They all stopped and didn't dare to take another step forward. What is his strength? He actually slaughtered innocent people? It's intolerable. It's intolerable. As they spoke, they retreated as if 10,000 li away was a safe zone. Suyu didn't speak. He swept his eyes around again. Puff. This time, all the living beings within 100,000 li exploded into a mist of blood, leaving nothing behind. The deafening cries finally stopped for the most part. The creatures that were 100,000 li away looked at the endless sea of blood and finally felt the fear that came from their souls. No matter how they were incited before, at this moment, they were frantically fleeing in horror. No one dared to complain anymore, and no one dared to reprimand Suyu. At this moment, they finally realized that their lives were insignificant in Suyu's eyes. They were like dust. Suyu had never been a kind person, let alone anyone's protector. In the blink of an eye, the many creatures retreated like a tide, and no one made a racket. Suyu retracted his finger and said lightly, It's finally quiet. He didn't make a move, and these creatures thought he was afraid of them. They didn't know that it was just Suyu restraining himself. Unfortunately, they kept challenging Suyu's bottom line. After killing all the troublemakers, Suyu looked up at Xiao Yang in the sky and said lightly, Enemies aren't scary, but traitors are. Xiao Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. She knew that Suyu was powerful, but she never thought that he was powerful enough to destroy countless lives with a single finger. Moreover, he was cruel and merciless, without mercy. Her soft body trembled, and without a word, she steered the small boat away. As she walked, she crushed a life-saving treasure. Suyu's eyes shot out, and two solid rays of light, like sharp swords in the sky, easily shattered the small boat. The strong skeletons near the small boat turned into a mist of blood in an instant. Xiao Yang was extremely lucky. She activated the life-saving treasure at the critical moment, leaving only a substitute stone on the spot, and successfully escaped. Suyu rose into the air and let go of the lotus seat of evil crossing. Go in, all of you. I'll let you out when it's safe. City Master Wen Yuan and the others immediately led their people in, leaving Suyu alone. He closed his eyes, and with a thought, he traversed the boundless Milky Way, reaching a faraway place. In just a few short hours, he appeared near the dilapidated civilization. On one of the dilapidated civilizations, the sinful lady's figure flickered. She pointed at the dilapidated civilization. This is the civilization closest to us, the Blackwater civilization, the stronghold of the skeleton troop. Blackwater civilization? What Suyu saw was a blood-red civilization. Without a doubt, it was dyed red by the blood of countless lives. Gather all the demonic beasts that we have tamed and guard this place. Unless the great sage-level skeleton troop leader appears, kill everyone else. Leave no one alive. All right, the sinful lady said expressionlessly. She was also extremely disdainful of the skeleton troop's outrageous actions. It was better to completely destroy such an extremely evil creature. Suyu clasped his hands behind his back and entered the Blackwater civilization. The moment he stepped in, he saw an endless number of corpses. Most of them had lost their heads. Not far away, the members of the skeleton troop were searching the corpses for valuables. Suyu could not be bothered with these small fries. He released his powerful soul, enveloping the entire dilapidated civilization. At the same time, his soul energy vibrated, and a sharp soul voice was transmitted into the ears of every living being. Come out and receive your death. Chapter 2940. Blackwater civilization, on an island with a sea of blood floating. A black-robed man wearing a skull mask was currently training a secret technique amidst a pile of corpses. In front of his chest was the blood of the 10 strongest experts of the Blackwater civilization. Under the activation of a secret technique, a blurry remnant mark was extracted from the blood. Only this much. The experts and ancestors of the Blackwater civilization are too weak. He was none other than the leader of the skull unit, Gari Tianmo. Gari Tianmo frowned slightly, his eyes filled with disappointment. He then took out a jade bottle. Inside the jade bottle, there were half a bottle of similar remnant marks. Some were extremely blurry, some were clear. He placed the blurry remnant mark into the bottle. Looking at the half bottle of remnant mark, Gari Tianmo sighed. I still have a long way to go. This is only half a bottle. It is far from what old ancestor wants. So there is someone else behind Gari Tianmo. For so many years, he had led the skull unit to kill and plunder in the starry sky. It was not a baseless rumor. The skull unit's evil deeds were only on the surface, causing others to think that the skull unit was only cruel. But in truth, the skull unit's true goal was to extract the unique remnant mark from the bodies of the wanderers. In the recent era, the skull unit had killed countless of living beings, and had obtained a portion of the remnant mark, but it was still far from what they wanted. The expert who took away my demon beasts, he should not disappoint me, right? Gari Tianmo muttered. He was extremely interested in the expert that he had never met before. He estimated that the person who was able to take away all of his demon beasts would at least surpass the ancient saint realm. Although there were many experts in the starry sky, but there were only a few that surpassed the ancient saint realm. Right at that moment, a loud and clear voice came out from his soul. To ordinary living beings, the voice would cause immense pain, but to a great sage like him, it only caused a slight tremor. Oh, Yuan Realm Soul Domain? Gari Tianmo was slightly surprised. As a great sage expert, he was able to see through the clues. From the other party's soul power, Gari Tianmo could sense that the other party's soul had reached the Yuan realm. Seems like he truly did not disappoint me. Gari Tianmo sneered and stood up, playing with the jade bottle in his hand. The remnant mark within, along with the turbulence, shook continuously, revealing rays of sharpness. If Su Yu was here, he would not be unfamiliar with it. It was not for nothing, it was the ancestral technique remnant mark on the returning ruins divine monument. But the remnant mark within the bottle was extremely shallow, as though it was an imitation. However, there shouldn't be a need for me to do anything, Gari Tianmo said lightly. With his strength, of the ancient saints could be killed with of them. Let them practice, Gari Tianmo murmured. Speaking of which, Xiao Yang had narrowly escaped death and returned with a panicked expression on his face. Lord Sage. Where of saints, she came, Su, demon, saint, of. She wanted to tell Gari Tianmo that Su Yu's strength was beyond imagination. Su of. Xiao Yang hurriedly retreated, and said respectfully, My lords, it is about that strong man. I believe that Lord Gari Tianmo would like to know. She did not dare to act rashly. The 3 guards in front of her were the close confidants of Gari Tianmo. They were extremely mysterious. It was said that the 2 hall masters, who had been killed by Su Yu, did not even dare to breathe in front of the 3 guards. It was still unknown how strong they were. For many years, almost no one had seen them in action. The only thing they knew was that if there was a difficult bone to chew, they would attack. Often, no one knew how they attacked, and those hard bones were killed in a very short time. The most sensational was once, in a large civilization, there were several ancient saints. The Skull Group did not know about it and went to invade. As a result, they were killed by several reclusive ancient saints. They suffered heavy casualties, and nearly 1/10 of the Skull Group's combat power was wiped out. At the critical moment, the 3 mysterious guards appeared. After just half an hour, they came back with the heads of the 3 ancient saints. Since then, the 3 guards had become the taboo existence of the Skull Group, second only to Gari Tianmo. Everything will wait for Gari Tianmo to come out, the 3 guards said expressionlessly. They did not take Su Yu seriously. But at that moment, Gari Tianmo's voice came from inside. Ying, you go. Among the 3 guards, the only female guard turned around and bowed to the secret room. Yes, Lord Gari Tian Mo Ying stood up expressionlessly and took a step out. Xiao Yang hurriedly retreated, her heart quickly calming down. Ying was the weakest among the 3 guards, but she was more than enough to deal with Su Yu. As for you, Xiao Yang, clean up the last batch of captives, Gari Tian Mo said. Xiao Yang said respectfully, yes, Lord Gari Tian Mo. Watching Xiao Yang leave, Gari Tian Mo laughed coldly. This woman has no other skills, but she is cruel and merciless. Many of the captives and people who were beheaded were personally killed by Xiao Yang. In terms of viciousness, there were not many women who could beat her. Xiao Yang came to the formation where the captives were imprisoned. She divided the captives into 2 types. One was from the surrounding civilization, and the other was from the broken civilization. The captives from the broken civilization were all wealthy merchants who passed by or strong men who came to explore the way. Xiao Yang ordered the beheading of the creatures from the surrounding civilization. However, Xiao Yang did not kill any of the people from the broken civilization. Instead, she tortured them one by one until they could neither live nor die. This was especially true for the creatures from Wenyuan City. The arrival of Xiao Yang made the creatures of Wenyuan City in the formation turn pale, and they all retreated. Those who had not been tortured were even more terrified. Xiao Yang sneered coldly. My fellow countrymen, I am here again. Her beautiful eyes swept back and forth among them, looking for the next target. Most of the people were retreating frantically, for fear of being targeted by Xiao Yang. Only one person did not change her expression. Her face still maintained a tranquil expression, without fear. She only looked at her quietly with a pitiful gaze. Xiao Yang immediately noticed her, and her eyes narrowed. What is your name? The tranquil woman did not say a word, but only looked at her with pity. That gaze made Xiao Yang very uncomfortable, and a trace of hostility flickered between her brows. Pull her out. 2 guards immediately rushed in and dragged the woman out. Xiao Yang said coldly, let me ask you, why are you looking at me like that? The woman looked calm and said, because you are going to die soon. Bang! Xiao Yang kicked the woman's abdomen, and the latter bent over in pain, but the pity in her eyes deepened. Why? Xiao Yang said coldly. Chapter 2941. The woman was none other than Sheng Yuanxin. As one of the people who knew Su Yu best, Sheng Yuanxin was almost certain that Xiao Yang would not have a good ending. This was because, throughout history, no matter who it was, all of Su Yu's enemies had the same ending. There was no exception. Even if their cultivation was many times stronger than Su Yu's, they would eventually fall at Su Yu's feet. Xiao Yang had barely escaped death, but he insisted on coming back to take revenge on Su Yu. In Sheng Yuanxin's eyes, he was courting death. Oh, you mean Su Yu? Xiao Yang squinted his eyes as he stared at Sheng Yuanxin. A malicious smile bloomed on his lips. It seems like I am very lucky. On the other side, Su Yu stood in the center of the Blackwater civilization, scanning the surroundings. His soul was rapidly searching the entire civilization for Sheng Yuanxin's whereabouts. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched. A powerful aura appeared within the range of his soul perception. He opened his eyes and stared at the sky. A figure was approaching like a rainbow. It was a woman, but her cultivation was as strong as a late ancient saint. In terms of strength, she was much stronger than Bai Shui. Not only was there a Gari Tian demon, but there was also a strong ancient saint. What was the skeleton group looking for in the ruins of this ruined civilization? Ying landed and looked at Su Yu in front of her. She was disappointed. I thought it would be someone powerful, but it turns out to be a lowly human. No wonder Lord Gari Tian Demon thought I could handle this alone. Ying removed the crescent moon scimitar from her arm. The scimitar was pitch black, glistening with a green poisonous fog. The poisonous fog was no ordinary poison. It was an intense poison that was specially designed to subdue late-stage heavenly law masters. Once the wound was cut, even if it was just a small cut, it would be enough to paralyze a late-stage heavenly law master. The number of ancient sages that Ying had killed with this artifact was in the double digits. Let's finish this quickly. Ying waved her hand, and the full moon scimitar turned into a fragmentary line as it flew toward Su Yu, leaving a jet-black trail in its wake. Then, The line split into two, two into four, and four into infinity. In a short moment, it turned into a giant net that covered the sky. It completely sealed off the space where Suyu was, making it impossible for him to escape. Suyu looked up and stretched out a finger. He gathered the strength of his holy body and blasted it out. With the strength of his sacred body, he should be able to shatter the entire net. However, the giant net merely shook for a moment before stabilizing itself and pouncing forward at an even faster speed. Suyu was slightly surprised, and he displayed his 8 great domains once again. However, when his domain power struck the giant net, the same thing happened. Not only did his domain power disappear without a trace, but the giant net actually grew a bit stronger. Finally, Suyu understood everything. The poison contained in the giant net actually had another extremely mysterious function, which was to dissolve the enemy's power and turn it into a part of the giant net. The stronger the enemy's resistance, the stronger the giant net would be. Finally, when it enveloped the enemy, it was enough to kill them in one move. Accept your fate. Don't waste your energy, Ying said calmly. She had already killed many ancient sages with this move. Many of them possessed peerless divine abilities or peerless treasures. However, under her crescent moon scimitar, they all turned to dust. Suyu said expressionlessly, "There's another one who looks like him." He had initially thought that the Skull unit was just a motley crew, but who knew that beneath the demon Gari Tian, there was another powerful existence. However, no matter how powerful she was still at the level of an ancient sage. If she was a great saint, he would still be a little afraid. Unfortunately, she was not one. Suyu raised his finger and drew a scar on his chest. The scar was filled with an extremely mysterious concept, as if it contained the essence of some kind of divine technique. Creak indistinctly, it seemed like a giant eagle's claw streaked across the sky. The giant net, which had absorbed all energy, was split into two from the middle, and was completely torn apart. Suyu stood at his original position, not moving an inch. The torn giant net brushed past Suyu. What? Ying's cold and stiff face was suddenly filled with shock. The move that she was most proud of had actually been broken. She could not help but look at Suyu again, and said in surprise, "What you just used should be the Eagle clan's first-generation secret technique, right? However, why is it even more powerful than the Eagle clan's secret technique?" She had been fortunate enough to exchange blows with the recently extinct Eagle clan Saint clan, and she had experienced their secret techniques. However, those secret techniques weren't as powerful as Suyu's. Without saying a word, Suyu drew another trajectory. Ying's pupils shrank, and she hurriedly placed the full moon scimitar in front of her chest to block Suyu's mysterious attack. Clang! Crack! With a crisp sound, the top-notch Nirvana artifact, the full moon scimitar, was broken into two pieces starting from the middle. Ah! Ying screamed. The scar not only tore the full moon scimitar apart, but also split her chest open. Fresh blood spurted out from her chest. Just one move had caused Ying to be seriously injured. Her pretty eyes were filled with intense fear, and without saying a word, she turned and fled. Suyu followed behind her unhurriedly, and raised his finger to draw another stroke. This time, he cut off her right arm. Then, with another stroke, he drew a bloody wound on her back that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Accompanied by a rain of blood and shrill screams, the two of them chased after each other, leaving behind a long bloody path. "Lord Gari Tianmo, there is an extremely strong enemy, save me." Ying hurriedly sent out a message. As long as Gari Tianmo received the message, he would be able to arrive in a few breaths' time. Once Gari Tianmo arrived, Suyu would be nothing to her. However, to Ying's despair, Suyu grabbed the air and pulled the wave of the message back into his palm. Then, he put his palms together and twisted them gently, completely shattering the wave. "You can't escape," Suyu said expressionlessly as he took a step forward. Ying's heart was pounding, and she had never felt such panic before. It was like when she was still a mortal, and she had encountered a hungry wolf that was hunting her down on the mountain. That sense of despair almost suffocated her. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that there were actually 3 communication signals just now. One of them was sent to Gari Tianmo, but the other 2 were hidden under the wave of the message, and were secretly sent out without Su Yu's detection. The target of the message was none other than her other two companions. If the three of them joined forces, there was a chance that they could compete with Su Yu. Finally, after just a few breaths' time, her other two companions caught up with her in shock. They looked at Ying's severely injured body and couldn't help but be shocked. Ying, who injured you like this? In their memories, this was the first time that Ying had received such a serious injury. Ying couldn't care less about talking to them. She said, quickly join forces to deal with that human. He is proficient in an ancestral technique. By now, Ying had already realized that what Su Yu had used was definitely the legendary ancestral technique. Chapter 2942. Ancestral Techniques. The two ancient sages were shocked. There were very few forces that were proficient in ancestral techniques. They had to be at least at the level of the Holy Clan. Furthermore, every Holy Clan treated ancestral techniques as a top secret. Only the great sages of each generation could cultivate them. The rest of the clan members could not even touch them. The Skull Group had been collecting ancestral techniques from the abandoned civilizations for almost an entire era, but the ancestral techniques they had collected were all in a blurry state. How could they be like Su Yu, who had such a complete set of ancestral techniques? Even for the holy clans of the 9-star civilizations, unless they were great sages, the ordinary clansmen could not cultivate ancestral techniques. Who are you? The three of them asked as they gathered together. If Su Yu was some powerful descendant of the Holy Clan, then they would be in deep trouble. Su Yu calmly said, naturally, I am here to exterminate the Skull Group. With a swipe of his finger, another Eagle Clan ancestral technique swept over. The three of them had grave expressions. Ying was even more terrified, but with her two companions by her side, she was much calmer. She had already lost her full moon scimitar, so she could only rely on the domain she had cultivated. As for the other two, they each took out their own Dao artifacts. One of them had a Dao artifact that was filled with absolute killing intent, while the others was filled with extreme coldness. With the three of them working together, the three forces resisted Su Yu's Eagle Clan ancestral technique. In the end, all three of their domains and Dao artifacts were forced back. Even so, the three of them were forced back, their bodies trembling. Among them, Ying's injuries were the heaviest, and she vomited blood on the spot. The other three were stronger than her, but their bodies were in intense pain. With just one move, Su Yu had suppressed the three of them with his own strength. Not good, quickly informed the Lord, we are not his match. The three of them were shocked. No matter how strong an ancient sage was, the three of them could easily kill him if they worked together. But Su Yu's strength was too strange, too strong. Let's go. The three of them immediately headed toward the place where Gari Tianmo was cultivating. Su Yu calmly said, you think you can come and go as you please? He performed hand seals with both hands, shooting out 10 seals in a row. This was the Heavenly Spider Clan's ancestral technique, Heaven Binding Imprisoning Net. As soon as they were unleashed, the 10 seals weaved together to form a massive net that enshrouded the three fleeing ancient sages. What? Another ancestral method? The three of them turned pale with fright. Feeling a strong threat to their lives, the three of them no longer hesitated. They immediately crushed the jade and sent a message to Gari Tianmo, who was in seclusion, asking him to help. However, as soon as the news spread out, it was intercepted by the ancestral technique of the heavenly spider race. This net could not only block the body, but it could also completely isolate all kinds of obscure energy. Accept your fate. Su Yu closed his eyes and weaved signs again. A fiery red mark gathered in his palm. The ancestral technique of the fiery phoenix tribe. The three of them gasped. Up until now, Su Yu had displayed 3 ancestral techniques in succession. How was this possible? Someone who hadn't even reached the great sage level had mastered 3 ancestral skills. There had never been such a heaven-defying genius in the 9-star civilization. As soon as the mark appeared, the entire sky was illuminated in a fiery red. The 3 people's despairing faces were illuminated with a dark red light, in the secret area. Gari Tianmo was absorbing the last trace of the mark. While collecting, he could not help but frown slightly. Ying hasn't come back yet. According to his estimation, Ying should have succeeded in killing the mysterious strong man by now. However, why hasn't he replied yet? Crack. Suddenly, something in his bosom shattered. Because it appeared too suddenly, he was caught off guard. The mark in his hand that was about to be successfully extracted immediately dissipated. Gari Tian Mo was a little incredulous. He took out 3 life cards from his arms, each of which was engraved with a name. Among them, the life card with the word Ying was broken into pieces, and a trace of blood flowed from the cracks. Ying is dead. How is that possible? Gari Tian Mo was shocked. According to his estimation, Ying was more than enough to deal with the mysterious strong man. How could she be dead? His face quickly turned cold, and his face was full of murderous intent. He shouted, "Arrogant! Arrogant! Bring me his head!" Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice fell, there were 2 consecutive cracking sounds. Looking down, the other 2 life cards were both broken. Who? Gari Tian Mo stood up abruptly, his face filled with deep shock. Ying's cultivation was the lowest among the 3 of them. However, Ao and Kwong were much stronger than Ying. However, the 2 of them had been destroyed one after another. One could imagine how powerful the person who attacked was. The person who attacked was definitely not the mysterious strong man. There must be another expert, or even a great sage who was not inferior to him. Gari Tian Mo squinted his eyes. "You ruined the plans of my skull team. Let me see how many lives you have." His figure flashed, and he instantly broke out of the secret area and stood in the void. "Come here, accept your death." Gari Tian Mo roared. But before his roar had died down, a voice came from behind him. "Is it very painful? Why didn't you have a shred of mercy when you slaughtered billions of lives?" Gari Tian Mo suddenly turned his head and saw a calm silver-haired young man looking at him indifferently. "Who are you?" Gari Tian Mo's eyes suddenly became sharp, as if he had seen through Suyu in an instant. Then his gaze shifted away, and he looked around vigilantly. "Who else? Come out." The youth in front of him only had the cultivation of a middle-stage Heaven Lawmaster, and he did not have the ability to kill Ying and the other 2. He must have had the help of another expert. Suyu stood in front of him with his hands clasped behind his back, and said expressionlessly, "If you are referring to the person who killed your 3 guards, then I can answer you. It's you." Gari Tian Mo looked at Suyu again, his eyes full of disbelief. "You? Tell me, where is that person hiding?" As he spoke, he flicked his hand, and a wisp of the terrifying power of a great sage suddenly swept over. Suyu stood where he was, not moving an inch. He just opened his mouth and let out a breath, and the airflow turned into a mark that circled in front of him. Although Gari Tian Mo's strength was powerful, this was just a casual attack, not even a 10,000th of his true strength. Therefore, the mark easily dissolved it. Ancestral technique? Gari Tian Mo was shocked. He finally looked at Suyu, and said seriously, "Who are you?" Only a great sage of the Saint clan could master such a complete ancestral technique. But what was Suyu's cultivation level? How did he master the ancestral technique? The person who wants your life. Suyu performed several ancestral techniques in a row. Gari Tian Mo's pupils shrank when he saw this. How could a person master several ancestral techniques? "Are you a student of the Saint Thief?" Gari Tian Mo was surprised. If there was anyone in the world who could master multiple ancestral techniques, it was only the Saint Thief. The Saint Thief was the most special great sage of the 9-star civilization. He never stole the belongings of the living, only the dead. Chapter 2943. Therefore, Holy Pirate dug out many lost ancestral techniques from the ancient tombs of the extinct sacred clan. For example, the ancestral technique of the Eagle clan that Suyu had just performed was one of the techniques unearthed by the divine pirate. Therefore, when he saw Suyu perform several ancestral techniques in succession, he immediately thought that Suyu was the descendant of the Holy Pirate. Seeing the ancestral technique attack, Gari Tian Mo was not afraid at all. In the end, Suyu's cultivation was still too shallow. Even though he had mastered the ancestral techniques, their power was still very limited. He had merely condensed a vortex in front of him, and he had successfully crushed all the ancestral techniques. After the initial shock, Gari Tianmo could finally confirm that it was indeed Su Yu who had killed Mie Ying and the other two. Such a powerful ancestral method was more than enough to kill them. His expression was gradually replaced by excitement. Haha, you really came at the right time. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to report on time, and now you've delivered yourself to my door. The remnant marks he had accumulated were far from meeting the requirements. There were still at least half of them left. However, Su Yu's body had countless remnant scars, and if he was killed, he could extract the ancestral technique from his body and complete the task easily. In his heart, Su Yu was simply a gift that had been delivered to his doorstep. That depends on how capable you are. Su Yu stopped using the remnant marks. In the face of a great saint, an ordinary remnant mark attack would not cause any harm at all. Gari Tianmo laughed, and the demonic aura around him vibrated. He said, "Descendant of Saint Thief, hey, hand over your life." He had to be wary of other great saints' descendants, but Saint Pirate was a great saint with no one to rely on and only knew how to collect the belongings of the dead. What was there to be afraid of? Demon Sun devours the sky. The demon chi around covering Heaven Demon turned into a huge demon dragon, roaring and pouncing. Inside the demon dragon's body, one hand after another reached out. As long as one touched it, they would be grabbed by the demon dragon and then pulled in, becoming a prisoner of the demon dragon. Then, the heaven-covering demon would extract all of their power. Su Yu was expressionless. He raised his hand and waved, and a delicate long sword fell into his palm. That was the absolute heaven sword he had obtained. The sword was still in its sheath, but even so, it still emitted a piercingly cold aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. As the demonic dragon approached, Su Yu swung his sword. A piercingly cold sword energy seeped through the scabbard and overflowed to the outside world. The giant demonic dragon was immediately split into two, and each of them brushed past Su Yu. The remaining sword chi did not lose its momentum and slashed toward Gari Tianmo. The latter narrowed his eyes and retreated while displaying his domain to resist. Rumble, finally, with a muffled sound, the domain was broken, but the sword chi was also weakened. Without waiting for Gari Tianmo to heave a sigh of relief, the sky above his head darkened. Su Yu leaped up with the absolute heaven sword in his hand and chopped down from above. With this slash, more sword chi burst out from it and slashed straight at Gari Tianmo. The latter's eyelids twitched. What sword was that? It was already so terrifying without being unsheathed. If it was unsheathed, wouldn't it be able to destroy the world? However, Gari Tian Demon was not afraid. He raised his hand and took out a Dao weapon that looked like a stone puppet and placed it above his head. Clang, the absolute heaven sword slashed on the Dao artifact, creating a long spark. Immediately after, the Dao artifact began to break from the middle. What? Gari Tianmo was taken aback. That Dao tool was a peerless defensive Dao tool. It could withstand the attack of a great sage peak without being damaged at all. However, Su Yu had sliced it into two with a casual strike of his sword. The long sword shattered the Dao tool and slashed toward the top of his head. How could Gari Tianmo dare to be careless? Without hesitation, he took out the jade bottle that he had painstakingly collected and opened it. All the seals inside flew out and turned into a cloud-like shield above his head. 1,000 ancestral techniques, go! Gari Tianmo shouted softly. A series of runes immediately began to fluctuate erratically before abruptly erupting with dazzling light. Su Yu and the sword were blasted thousands of miles away. His bones seemed to be falling apart, and his body shook violently. A mouthful of blood could not help but gush out of his throat. The remnant seals that Gari Tianmo had mastered were all relatively weak ancestral techniques, but they could not withstand Gari Tianmo's superb strength. He could casually activate them with great power that could not be resisted. In the end, the difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great, and there was no way for him to face it head-on. Gari Tianmo was unforgiving, and he came over with the remnant seals. Looking at the terrible long sword in Su Yu's hand, he said with lingering fear, "Hand over that sword, and I will spare your life." His heart was filled with greed. That sword was too terrifying. Su Yu was only a junior at the middle stage of the Heavenly Lawmaster, but he could hold his own against him with that sword. If it fell into his hands, wouldn't its power be even more shocking? Su Yu stood up and held the red hilt of the sword. He said coldly, "If you want the sword, can I?" He took a deep breath, held the hilt, and slowly pulled out the sword. He had not been willing to pull out the sword before because the Absolute Heaven Sword was too difficult to control. Every time he used it, he would use up most of his strength. Therefore, he had been very careful when using it. Now, it seemed that he had to use it. Moreover, there were no more innocent creatures in the entire Blackwater civilization. Almost all of them had been killed by them. Later, when the sword caused a massacre, it would only kill the heartless creatures of the Skull Unit. He would not feel any psychological burden. Clang! The Absolute Heaven Sword was slowly pulled out of the sheath. When it was pulled out an inch, the world began to shake. The entire Blackwater civilization seemed to be overwhelmed, and it swayed unceasingly. The blood-red seawater formed huge waves, which drowned the earth and the mountains. The members of the Skull Unit all flew up into the sky in panic, and they looked at the sudden change in the world in shock. Some of the members with powerful cultivations looked in the direction of the Absolute Heaven Sword with trembling hearts. They instinctively felt that there was an extremely terrifying aura coming from there. It was as if the weapon of extinction was descending upon the world. Gari Tianmor was about to approach, but the moment the sword was pulled out of the sheath, he could not help but be alarmed. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" His instincts told him that once the sword was pulled out of the sheath, it would kill him easily. Su Yu turned a deaf ear, and said coldly, "Don't you want this sword?" "Why, you don't want it anymore?" He continued to exert force in his palm, pulling out the Absolute Heaven Sword bit by bit. It was not that he did not want to quickly pull out the sword to kill Gari Tianmor. It was that the sword spirit of the Absolute Heaven Sword was resisting him, and was unwilling to come out of the sheath. Gari Tianmor's brows began to twitch violently, and a life-and-death crisis that he had never felt before shrouded his heart. After weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth, and actually abandoned the Absolute Heaven Sword in front of him, and flew into the sky to escape. "You want to leave?" Su Yu wanted to kill Gari Tianmor the most. If this person was not killed, there would be a second Skull Unit. The space domain was displayed, and Su Yu immediately chased after him, although the distance between them was rapidly increasing. But with the terror of the Absolute Heaven Sword, he was still within range of being killed. Clang! Finally, the Absolute Heaven Sword was pulled out, and with the help of the great sage of the Feng clan and old demon Shui, he barely managed to stabilize the Absolute Heaven Sword. He raised the Absolute Heaven Sword and pointed it at Gari Tianmor. The latter's heart was beating wildly, and he shouted angrily, "Surnamed Su, do you really want to fight to the death?" Su Yu shook his head. "You are wrong. The fish will die, but the net will not break." Chapter 2944. Gari Tianmor's heart was beating wildly, and a sense of impending death enveloped his heart. He had experienced countless life-and-death crises in his life, but none of them left such a deep impression. Even the last time, when he was almost annihilated by many ancient sages from the abandoned civilization, he felt far less threatened than this time. He had a hunch that if this sword were to fall, he would be killed and sent into the ultimate ruins, and there would be no possibility of survival. "Human, we have no enmity in the past, and there is no hatred between us. How about this?" Gari Tianmor said. "To tell you the truth, behind me is the 9-star civilization, a huge force beyond your imagination. If I die, not only will you not get any benefits, but you will also suffer a disaster." After careful consideration, Su Yu killing Gari Tianmor would only bring harm and no benefit. Moreover, he had not caused any substantial harm to Su Yu. In essence, the hatred between the two sides had not intensified. There was really no need for the two sides to become enemies. However, that being said, what Gari Tianmor thought was another matter. Su Yu held the Absolute Heaven Sword in his hand, which was the reason why Gari Tianmor could not let him go. As long as he was given a chance to live this time, he would do everything possible to snatch Su Yu's sword back. Unfortunately, Su Yu was not a young boy, but a person who had experienced countless battles and witnessed countless intrigues. He could see through Gari Tianmor's thoughts better than anyone else. Isn't it too late to say this now? Su Yu said lightly, raising the absolute heaven sword in his hand without any hesitation. With just a slash from a distance, Gari Tianmo could be slashed into dust. However, at this moment, a woman's figure rushed over and stood in front of Gari Tianmo. The woman was none other than Xiao Yang, who had a deep hatred for Su Yu. She was not alone, and there was another person in her hand. Sheng Yuanxin. Sheng Yuanxin's strength was sealed, and she could not move. She could only let Xiao Yang capture her. Xiao Yang said mockingly, "Come on, cut him off. If you don't want to see your old lover die, then do it as soon as possible." There was a hint of viciousness in her smile. Knowing that Sheng Yuanxin and Su Yu might know each other, she searched Sheng Yuanxin's soul, and unexpectedly found out that the two turned out to be fellow countrymen Su Yu met shortly after he first entered the martial path. Furthermore, their relationship was extremely harmonious, and there was even a hint of affection between them. From her memories, Xiao Yang knew that Su Yu was a person who valued relationships and was willing to dig out his own heart for his daughter. Such a person's weakness was simply too fatal. As expected, Su Yu's pupils constricted, and he slowly lowered the absolute heaven sword that he had raised. The smile on his face cracked, and he was even happier. It was indeed so. When Gari Tianmo saw this, he felt relieved. He was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the mad dog, Xiao Yang, could actually bring him a chance to turn the situation around. Well done. Gari Tianmo praised and immediately came to Xiao Yang's side to help him capture Sheng Yuanxin. Right now, Sheng Yuanxin was his life-saving talisman. He could not afford to lose her. Su Yu, retreat now, or you won't want to know the consequences, Gari Tianmo threatened. Xiao Yang immediately added, also, if you want her to live, put down the sword in your hand. Then, kneel on the ground and kowtow to me in repentance. Otherwise, I will cut her into 1,000 pieces in front of you and let her have a taste of all the punishments in the world. Xiao Yang was already familiar with torture. She knew better than anyone how to make a beautiful woman completely radiant from body to heart. Gari Tianmo hesitated for a moment, then allowed Xiao Yang to continue. If Su Yu was a person who valued relationships and loyalty, he might not only be able to keep his life, but he could also get that terrible sword. As long as he got that sword, what was Su Yu? He could be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Su Yu stood where he was, unmoved, as if he was hesitating. Xiao Yang's face was ferocious. She grabbed Sheng Yuanxin's neck and said with a grim smile, "Why don't you do as I say and kneel down immediately?" She was sure that Su Yu would do as she said. Once he knelt down and put down the absolute heaven sword, then Su Yu's fate would be in her hands. She must let Su Yu have a taste of living hell, and let him understand that what he did to her that day was the most regrettable thing in his life. However, Su Yu still did not make a move. After pondering for a long time, he sighed softly. "There's no other way." Xiao Yang grinned. It seemed that Su Yu had given in. Gari Tianmo could not help but feel excited. He stared at Su Yu's palm, waiting for the moment when the absolute heaven sword fell. But unexpectedly, Su Yu did not let go of the absolute heaven sword. Instead, he held the absolute heaven sword and swept it towards them. What? Their faces changed dramatically. Xiao Yang's maniacal smile froze on her face. Her mind went blank as she felt the sword energy slashing towards her. In Sheng Yuanxin's soul-searching, Su Yu was obviously a person who valued relationships and loyalty to the extreme. It was absolutely impossible for him to watch Sheng Yuanxin die. But why did he not give in, and even publicly kill Sheng Yuanxin? Suddenly, Xiao Yang remembered something. It was an inadvertent interlude during the soul-searching process. She directly ignored it and did not take it to heart. But now that she thought about it, she shuddered. She looked down at Sheng Yuanxin again, and the corners of the latter's mouth gently curled into a smile. It was a smile of success. "You tricked me." Xiao Yang finally realized and screamed sharply. From the beginning, Sheng Yuanxin exposed her relationship with Su Yu openly and secretly. It was a trap designed by Sheng Yuanxin. This was because Sheng Yuanxin cultivated the realm of 6 paths and had 6 clones. When one died, another body would immediately replace it. Unless all 6 clones were destroyed at the same time, Sheng Yuanshan could not be killed. Su Yu's sword could at most kill one of her clones, and then she would resurrect on the spot. Except for suffering a little pain before death, there was essentially no loss. It was precisely because she knew this that Sheng Yuanshan deliberately exposed her relationship with Su Yu and lured Xiao Yang to use her as a hostage in front of Su Yu. Su Yu also knew about the existence of Sheng Yuanshan's realm of 6 paths, so he must know what to do, kill Xiao Yang as well. Otherwise, Xiao Yang, this insidious woman, would hide again when she saw that the situation was not good, and it would not be easy to find her again. And by the time she hibernated long enough, it would be too late to stir up trouble and harm living creatures. Xiao Yang, who understood this, was furious. She raised her hand and slapped Sheng Yuanshan's head, venting the resentment of being tricked. However, before she slapped down, the destructive sword of the Absolute Heaven Sword had already arrived. In an instant, both Xiao Yang and Sheng Yuanshan disappeared in the sword light. The latter maintained a smile on her face, quietly watching Su Yu in the distance, waiting for death and rebirth. The sword light flashed, and the two were annihilated in the light. Gari Tianmo, on the other hand, had long seen that the situation was not good and fled far away. He cursed in his heart, "I actually believed that stupid bitch." Originally, he had fled far away, but in the end, he believed Xiao Yang and returned. Chapter 2945. At the critical moment of life and death, Gari Tianmo roared and turned into boundless demonic energy, fleeing in all directions. As he fled, he shouted, "Surnamed Su, I'm a member of a super sacred clan. My status is high. If you kill me, a great calamity will befall you." Super saint race? Su Yu did not take it seriously. The famed Sword Sacred clan was ranked 3rd among the sacred clans. They could be considered a super sacred clan, right? But so what? Didn't he still die in his hands? Furthermore, he did not believe that any Super Saint clan would dare to admit that they were involved with the Skull unit that was filled with crimes. "Don't worry, no one will come to take revenge for you," Su Yu said calmly. However, Gari Tianmo obviously couldn't hear this sentence. This was because the sword light had already rushed over and destroyed all the devil chi. Ah! The screams of Gari Tianmo came from all directions. He turned into thousands of devil chi, and none of them managed to escape. "Humans. Even if I die, don't think you'll have it easy either." Before he died, Gari Tianmo let out a resentful cry, "My Gari Tian clan is not so easy to kill." His voice drifted in the 9 heavens, then converged into a black demonic eye, which swooped down towards Su Yu. Su Yu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately dodged. However, once the demonic eye fixed its eyes on Su Yu, he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. No matter what level of space domain Su Yu used, the demonic eye followed him like a shadow, and the distance between them didn't increase at all. In the end, the demonic eye hit Su Yu's shoulder, causing him to feel a burning pain. Su Yu rolled up his sleeves to take a look, only to see that a vivid black demonic eye had appeared on his arm. The demonic eye did not harm the body, but it constantly released fluctuations to the outside world. Su Yu tried to isolate it with the ripples, but it was extremely difficult. The ripples were very special, and no matter how strong his power was, he couldn't seal them completely. There would always be a faint ripple that would leak out. "Gari Tian clan?" Su Yu murmured. There was no need to examine this signal carefully to know that it was sent to the so-called Heaven Covering clan. It meant that Gari Tianmo had died at the hands of Su Yu, and he was using this as an excuse to draw his people to seek revenge. "It seems like it will be slightly troublesome," Su Yu said calmly. Before officially stepping into a 9-star civilization, he had already formed a grudge with the so-called Super Saint race. However, if the Cauldron he led wanted to occupy a seat among the 9-star civilizations, he could not avoid friction with the forces inside. "It seems like I need to gather more power before I can set foot in a 9-star civilization," Su Yu mused. Shaking his head, he returned to the place where he had just killed Gari Tianmo and stared at the place where Sheng Yuanshan had died. However, even after waiting for a long time, Sheng Yuanshan still hadn't regained her form. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that I was wrong? Su Yu looked around carefully, but there was still no sign of the Saint Primordial Spirit condensing nearby. Oh no! Did an accident really happen? His heart skipped a beat and he immediately panicked. However, at this moment, someone patted his shoulder lightly. Su Yu turned his head abruptly and saw a tranquil face with a faint smile. "You seem to be worried about me," Sheng Yuanshan said with a faint smile. Su Yu could finally relax. He glared at her and said reproachfully, "You scared me." For a moment, Su Yu was really scared, and he felt an indescribable sense of panic. He was afraid that his sword was too powerful and that Sheng Yuanshan wouldn't even have the chance to replace the Six Paths body. "It won't happen again." Sheng Yuanshan stuck out her tongue and said apologetically. This made Su Yu feel embarrassed, and his gaze softened again. "I'm sorry for making you suffer." The feeling of death was not pleasant. The sword had struck Sheng Yuanshan's body, and the pain was so intense that Su Yu, who had died multiple times, could feel it. No, I have implicated you. It's all my fault for being too weak." Sheng Yuanshan sighed. Hearing this, Su Yu took out half of the primordial energy without hesitation. "Go into seclusion immediately after returning." Sheng Yuanshan only smiled slightly and accepted the primordial energy. She was not moved by the value of the gift. Her eyes were filled with tenderness, and she looked at Su Yu more than she looked at the gift. "All right, I'll listen to you." Sheng Yuanshan smiled gently. After the two of them looked at each other and smiled, Su Yu opened the Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat. "You should go in and cultivate. I need to deal with the remaining members of the Skull team." Sheng Yuanshan had never liked fighting and killing. Hearing this, she nodded and entered the Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat obediently. Su Yu surveyed the entire Blackwater civilization. With the death of Gari Tianmo, all the members of the Skull team had scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing far away in panic. He was expressionless as he held the Absolute Heaven sword in his hand and stabbed it into the ground of the Blackwater civilization. The Absolute Heaven sword was a peerless and ferocious sword that could even kill a great saint with a single strike. How could a deserted star like the Blackwater civilization withstand it? In an instant, the entire Blackwater civilization, with the Absolute Heaven sword as the center, crumbled in all directions. The members of the Skull team who had yet to flee were killed in the blink of an eye. As for the living creatures who had fled into the starry sky, they still could not escape from this calamity. This was because there was still a sinful woman above them. Creak, a giant black lotus flashed across the sky, and a rain of blood started to fall. Su Yu soared into the sky and began to exterminate the remaining members of the Skull team. However, there were too many of them, and it was impossible for the two of them to kill all of them. Su Yu's eyes darkened. He raised his hand and grasped. The 8 prime-level domains gathered in his palm and formed an 8-colored radiance. With Su Yu as the center, the radiance quickly radiated in all directions. In an instant, it passed through the many members of the Skull team and formed a giant 8-colored radiance above their heads. The radiance also condensed into 5 words: Skull team member. Su Yu and the sinful woman met up. The latter had an apologetic look on her face. "I'm sorry, Su Yu. I did not follow your instructions and kept all of them." Su Yu shook his head. Not keeping all of them might not be a bad thing. He took out a great seal. As soon as the seal appeared, the sinful lady almost cried out in shock. She blinked her eyes in astonishment and disbelief. "Don't tell me that you brought back the seal of the main hall of the Temple of Heaven?" As one of the members of the Heavenly Law Palace's sub-palace in the past, the sinful woman had no reason not to recognize the Great Seal of the Heavenly Law Palace. Su Yu smiled faintly. "Then tell me what this is." The sinful woman covered her mouth and sucked in a breath of cold air. How did you do it?" Even if Su Yu's abilities were very powerful, the Heavenly Law Palace's main palace was filled with experts. It was said that there were generations of palace masters. It would be extremely difficult to snatch the Great Seal of the main palace from them. "The palace master gave it to me," Su Yu said vaguely. Without waiting for the sinful woman to ask in detail, Su Yu activated his energy into the Great Seal. The Great Seal of the Heavenly Law Palace continued to vibrate. Chapter 2946. Su Yu said in a dignified voice, "Pass on the order of the Palace of Heaven, order all living beings of the abandoned civilization to kill the members of the Skull Unit." The vast voice blended into the waves and spread throughout the entire abandoned civilization. From the nearby ruins to the Nine-Star civilization, everyone heard the summons from the Great Seal of the Heavenly Law. What? The Order of the Palace of Heaven? How could that be? The Palace of Heaven is a Nine-Star civilization. Why would they summon the forces of an abandoned civilization? Could it be that the Nine-Star civilization is finally paying attention to us? No matter what, this is an order from the Palace of Heaven. If we respond to it, there will only be benefits. It had to be said that any Nine-Star civilization's aristocratic family had an unparalleled appeal to the abandoned civilization's living beings. In an instant, all living beings responded to the call. Even the ancient sages, who had been in seclusion, began to surround and kill the Skull Unit after some hesitation. As for the members of the Skull Unit, Suyu marked their identities with the 8 great domains above their heads. When the entire abandoned civilization began to move, their destruction would happen sooner or later. With the Blackwater civilization as the center, Suyu gathered tens of thousands of demonic beasts and released the living beings within the nightmare-crossing Lotus Throne. With this as the center, he began to build the first great force of the abandoned civilization. There were not many experts in the abandoned civilization. The strongest force, the Skull Unit, had been destroyed. The Cauldron was the undisputed number 1 force outside of the Nine-Star civilization. It seems like we will be very busy from now on. The sinful lady sensed the auras of the experts coming from all directions. Her eyes were filled with relief. After this battle, the Cauldron had completely established its position. Even if it did not deliberately recruit people, there would still be people coming from all directions to join it. Suyu let out a long sigh and said, "Nine-Star civilization, I will be coming soon." Only by entering the Nine-Star civilization as a senior Cauldron would he be qualified to compete with the Sacred Mountain Emperor. His intuition told him that the day of the decisive battle with the Sacred Mountain Emperor was not far away. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. It had been 3 months since the Palace of Heaven issued the order. The heroes of the abandoned civilization gathered together and launched the final extermination operation against the Skull Unit. The Skull Unit, which normally caused the living beings of the abandoned civilization to tremble in fear, had become dogs that were beaten up by everyone. One by one, the heads were brought to the Cauldron by the people who answered the summons. After witnessing the power of the Cauldron, as well as the ability of the Cauldron to grant them the identity documents of the Nine-Star civilizations, one could imagine how many people wanted to join the Cauldron. Of course, the Cauldron wouldn't refuse anyone. Only those at the level of Tao Lord and above who were willing to accept the soul search and prove that they were not evil people would have the qualifications to enter. Even so, the number of people recruited was still an astronomical figure. It was said that there were 10,000 members of the Cauldron. They worked day and night for a whole month and barely finished the work. The number was simply incalculable. Based on preliminary estimates, the number of personnel the Cauldron expanded was more than 10,000 times the original number. The sinful lady looked at the entire space storage device registration register and could not help but be surprised. With such a number, I'm afraid it's even bigger than the Temple of Heaven. The Temple of Heaven was known as the aristocratic family with the largest number of members among the Nine-Star civilizations. This was because it did not care about one's background or race. As long as one's cultivation reached the level of the Master of the Heaven Law, they could enter the Temple of Heaven after passing a simple test. However, right now, the number of people in the Cauldron far exceeded the number of people in the Temple of Heaven. If all these people are put into the Nine-Star civilization, I'm afraid it will bring an unimaginable impact to the entire civilization, the sinful lady murmured. Although their strength was generally not strong, they won in terms of numbers. If they gathered into a single force, wouldn't the Temple of Heaven have to retreat? They can't enter the Nine-Star civilization for the time being, Suyu said. The statue that was engraved with the official documents was about to shatter due to overuse. Moreover, the number of space storage devices was extraordinarily large. No matter how many space storage devices there were, it was impossible to bring all of them into the Nine-Star civilization. Therefore, they could only be left outside for the time being, waiting for Suyu to get new statues and make official documents for them one by one. The power has just been formed, and we need to rule the entire abandoned civilization as soon as possible. We need to strive to bring all of them under our control except for the 9-star civilization, Suyu said. The sinful lady pondered and said, "Leave it to me." At present, only 1/10 of the influences had come to seek refuge with the Cauldron. The rest of the influences were entrenched in their own areas. It would take a lot of time to conquer them. "Thank you." Suyu cupped his hands in obeisance. Next, it was time to lead the people of the Lotus of Passing Evil Lotus Throne, who had obtained the official documents, to the 9-star civilization and establish a powerful family. Only then could he cooperate with the Temple of Heaven, obtain the opportunity to use the Yin-Yang Gate, and take back his body. But before he left, Suyu would not forget one person. With a flash of his figure, he once again appeared in the former Wenyuan city. Ever since Suyu had flown into a rage and wiped out all living beings within a 10,000-mile radius, the place had turned into a deathly silent land. No living beings dared to approach it. Although he had left that day, he did not dare disturb Mohung's training. Mohung could not be disturbed while he was crafting the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. Now that the Skull Team had been dealt with, he could finally inquire about the progress of the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. According to Mohung, he only needed half a year. Calculating the time, it had been exactly half a year since the great scythe of 10,000 calamity had been handed to him. Mohung. Suyu came to the front of the secret chamber and cupped his fists. But there was no response from within the secret chamber. Suyu opened his eyes and immediately activated his soul eyes. In the end, the secret chamber was empty. His heart thumped, and he immediately kicked open the stone door. Mohung was long gone, and the great scythe of 10,000 calamity was nowhere to be seen. "You lied to me." Suyu stood at his original position, his eyes filled with killing intent. His first thought was that Mohung coveted the great scythe of 10,000 calamity and had taken it away while Suyu was dealing with the Skull Team. But thinking about it carefully, he felt that this was not the case. He had never judged a person wrongly. He was confident in Mohung's character. But why had Mohung silently escaped with his great scythe of 10,000 calamity? Suyu hoped that he was wrong, that someone had taken the opportunity to kidnap Mohung. But from the traces at the scene, there were no signs of a fight. "Mohung, you better give me an explanation," Suyu muttered, clenching his teeth. He struck his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The droplet of blood turned into a blood mist, forming an arrow in midair, pointing in the direction of the 9-star civilization. The great scythe of 10,000 calamity was an item that Suyu had once refined, and it contained a shred of his blood essence. No matter how far away it was, he could use the blood essence to determine its approximate location. "Those who belong to the Cauldron, follow me," Suyu shouted. Many ordinary people immediately rode on demonic beasts and followed Suyu to the 9-star civilization in a mighty manner. Chapter 2947. At that time. The Goddess Clan. A fragrant aroma permeated the air, and there were indescribably beautiful women everywhere. They gathered together like orioles and swallows. "Patriarch, why did you suddenly summon us?" A beautiful woman with green eyes and a cold expression walked over with a slight frown. Her arrival caused the chattering women to fall silent. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread towards her. She was the young matriarch of the Goddess Clan, Yu Zhaxian. To be exact, she was the former young matriarch. After Xia Jingyu's arrival, the position of young matriarch changed hands. As the clone of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower, one could imagine how high her position was. Naturally, she became the young matriarch. "Speak." Yu Zhaxian was displeased. "Are you treating me like air because I've been traveling outside for hundreds of years?" She left the Goddess Clan in a fit of anger after her position as young matriarch was snatched away. She traveled outside and finally returned recently. Just now, she heard the matriarch's summon and finally showed herself. After hundreds of years, Yu Zhaxian was even more beautiful than before. It was just that there was a trace of coldness on her face. A clansman who used to be on good terms with her said, "Zhaxian, it's about the ancient cave of enchantment." She tactfully closed her mouth after she finished speaking. When Yu Zhaxian was stripped of her position, she expressed her dissatisfaction and went to the ancient cave of enchantment with Xie Jingyu to take the test of heaven's will. In the end, she suffered a crushing defeat and completely lost her position. Now, after 100 years, the first mission she faced was actually the ancient cave of enchantment. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate action. The ancient cave of enchantment. Yu Zhaxian's expression became quite strange. She seemed to be in pain but also expectant. It was obvious that Yu Zhaxian had calculated that the ancient cave of enchantment was about to begin. After hearing this, the rest of the clansmen silently stepped aside for fear of getting close to Yu Zhaxian. Because no one would forget that when Yu Zhaxian lost her position as young matriarch, she attracted a heavenly fire and burned the most important altar of the goddess clan. Fortunately, the clan's almighty discovered it in time and extinguished the heavenly fire, saving the altar from disaster. But even so, it still caused the 100 or so clansmen guarding the altar to be buried in the sea of fire, creating an irreparable disaster. Among them, Xie Jingyu, who had just become the young clan leader, was supposed to be cultivating on the altar that day. However, due to her unwell body, she was not there. Thus, she was able to survive. The original intention was obvious. From then on, Yu Zhaxian took advantage of the fact that the higher-ups of the clan didn't have the time to punish her and betrayed the goddess clan. This was a scandal of the goddess clan that hadn't been spread in 100 years. It was announced to the public that Yu Zhaxian had gone out to travel, but in reality, only her clansmen knew that Yu Zhaxian hadn't gone out to travel, but had betrayed the goddess clan. Otherwise, why would the clan members be so afraid of her if she was only out traveling? What the clansmen couldn't understand was that as a traitor, Yu Zhaxian had actually returned to the goddess clan several months ago, accompanied by the higher-ups of the clan. Could it be that the more than 100 clansmen she had burned to death back then had died in vain? Could it be that the hatred of the past was written off just like that? Many of the clansmen objected to this. However, the higher-ups warned the clansmen not to do anything that would harm Yu Zhaxian. The clansmen were indignant about this, but they were also extremely helpless. Won't that Xie Jingyu be in the limelight for a while? The corner of Yu Zhaxian's mouth hooked into a mocking smile. As the young clan leader, she had to participate in the ancient cave of enchantment. Moreover, there would be many clansmen helping her, and she would obtain unimaginable benefits from it. Many of the clansmen were silent, and no one agreed. Young clan leader, I'll be one of your 7 stars emissaries this time. Me too, there's still me. A group of chattering voices could be heard. He glanced sideways and saw 7 smiling young women dressed in jade-green clothes. They were currently surrounding a beautiful woman in an elegant white dress, and they had come to the garden to gather. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, and she blossomed with a brilliance that didn't belong to this world. The sun, moon, and stars merged into one, and the flowers, plants, and trees lost their beauty because of her appearance. She stood there, and even though she didn't move or show any expression, it was enough to suppress all the beautiful things in the world and make them lose their luster. It was as if she was born to be the center of the world, and she possessed an incomparably noble status. There was only one person in the world who could be like this, and that was Xie Jingyu. Yu Zhaxian's gaze had long since been fixed on Xie Jingyu. She looked at that familiar and beautiful face that made her jealous, and her heart ached faintly. It was as if she remembered the drastic change that was carved into her bones and heart all those years ago. Xie Jingyu sensed something, and she cast her gaze over. As a result, her elegant brows lightly wrinkled. She had been in seclusion ever since she returned from the last gathering, and she still didn't know that Yu Zhaxian had already returned. What? Are you surprised or surprised? Yu Zhaxian cast a provocative gaze at her. Xie Jingyu's expression was indifferent, and she was neither happy nor sad. Since you appeared here, there must be a reason for your appearance. Why should I be surprised? In fact, she had never reported to the higher-ups of the clan that Yu Zhaxian had done even more excessive things to her. For example, she had tried to drug her unconscious and give her to a man from the outside world to defile her in order to destroy her qualifications to become the young clan leader. Xie Jingyu had unintentionally snatched the position of the young clan leader, and she was originally apologetic. Her heart softened for a moment, and she concealed what she had done. She didn't expect that not only did her concession not reform the other party, but it also brought about an even more severe retaliation, to the extent that more than 100 clansmen were buried in a sea of fire. Yu Zhaxian's eyes flickered with coldness. This desireless appearance of yours is really annoying. Back then, you relied on this kind of expression to capture the favor of the higher-ups, right? The clansmen couldn't help but become angry, and they glared at her one after another. The Seven Stars Protector even reprimanded in a stern voice, Yu Zhaxian, don't go too far. You bastard, you still have the face to mention what happened back then? Traitor, what qualifications do you have to criticize our young clan leader? Yu Zhaxian's fierce words attracted the anger of the entire clan, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Zhaxian was drowned in their spit. Not only was there no guilt or fear on Yu Zhaxian's face, but she even sneered calmly. Yes, I burned 100 clansmen to death, but so what? Do you dare to touch a single hair on my head? The clansmen only dared to be angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only firmly stare at Yu Zhaxian. Where was the slightest bit of repentance from her tone? Why would the higher-ups of the clan forgive this kind of person? You don't dare to move, right? A deranged sneer appeared in Yu Zhaxian's eyes. Since you don't dare to move, then shut up and don't be noisy. How insolent was her attitude. She turned to look at Xie Jingyu, and she didn't bother to conceal her threat. Young clan leader, I'm afraid you won't be as lucky as before in this ancient cave of enchantment. After she finished speaking, she left with her hands behind her back. Chapter 2948. Yu Zhaxian had once used extreme methods in the ancient cave of enchantment and almost caused his death. She was lucky. Yu Zhaxian had prepared in a hurry, so she wasn't able to deal a fatal blow, giving her a chance to turn the tables. Now that the other party had made a comeback, he would probably have learned his lesson and would definitely not let this opportunity slip by. Young clan chief, don't worry. We will protect you this time. We will absolutely not let Yu Zhaxian have her way, a 7-star bodyguard said. However, the female clansman who had just spoken to Yu Zhaxian slightly shook her head. Young clan leader, Yu Zhaxian has come prepared this time. You'd better prepare yourself early. Don't count on 7-star bodyguards. Are you questioning our strength? The 7 Stars Protector frowned. Every 7-star protector was a young peak expert that was carefully selected from the clan. This was because the Heart Enchantment Ancient Cave had an extremely high requirement for one's cultivation age. Only those who had cultivated for 300 years or less had the qualifications to enter. Those who were slightly older than him would be lost in the ancient cave of bewilderment forever, never to return. This was not an exaggeration, but a fact. There were more than 1 or 2 great sage-level experts who didn't believe in heresy. However, none of them came back, and it was unknown how angry they were. Some people said that they had died in the many dangers of the cave, but others said that they were still lost inside and were still looking for a way out. Therefore, creatures over 300 years old didn't dare to enter. The 7-star guards were young experts selected from living beings below the age of 300. 6 of them had reached Heaven's Tao Lord intermediate stage, and the last one was on the verge of becoming an ancient sage. He was one of the strongest prodigies of the goddess tribe in many years. Xie Jingyu, on the other hand, was a genius expert who was a mid-stage heavenly Tao Lord. In theory, there was no need to fear the other party. It's not that I'm doubting your strength, but all of you simply don't know what Yu Zhaxian experienced during the 100 years she left. After that clansman finished speaking, he closed his mouth as if he was deeply afraid of being implicated. He didn't know what had caused her expression to change like this. Seeing Zhong Xian stammering, the 7 Stars guard thought nothing of it. You're boosting the morale of others and diminishing the might of your own. Xie Jingyu, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. She didn't think that the clansman's words were baseless. Jingyu, come here. Suddenly, an old voice came from the garden. Many of the clansmen were shocked. It was the Great Elder. Xie Jingyu did not dare to hesitate. She immediately went to the place where the Great Elder was cultivating in seclusion. Jingyu greets the Great Elder. Xie Jingyu bowed. In the flowering shrubs in front of her sat an old man in a red robe, cultivating. Hearing those words, Zhongxian immediately stopped his cultivation and revealed an amiable look. "You're here." Xia Jingyu nodded, feeling very strange in her heart. Ever since the last gathering at the border, the Great Elder seemed to have changed into a different person. In the past, the Great Elder often spoke coldly to her and often forced her to go to gatherings with men of status. But ever since the last time, not only did he not make any requests, he even rejected all the young elites who came to visit him, not allowing them to harass him. The drastic change left Xia Jingyu scratching her head in confusion. How could she have known that Su Yu had threatened the Great Elder with the identity of Heavenly Jewel Mirror, which was why she had changed her mind? "Great Elder, what instructions do you have for me?" Xia Jingyu asked. The Great Elder's amiable face became much more serious as he said, "I'm sure you already know about Yu Zhaxian's return." In response, Xia Jingyu nodded. The Great Elder's face was solemn as he said, "Yu Zhaxian is no longer who she used to be. Even the goddess clan has to be wary of her and dare not offend her." Xia Jingyu's heart sank. Indeed, 100 years had passed. What had Yu Zhaxian obtained that made the goddess clan wary of her? "We brought her back purely because we had no other choice," the Great Elder said, as if he was explaining to Xia Jingyu, afraid that she would misunderstand. Xia Jingyu said, "I understand the clan's difficulties. The goddess clan was just a large family that had been struggling to survive in the cracks all year round. Even though they had once posed a great threat to Su Yu, in reality, they were nothing in the 9-star civilizations. Therefore, the goddess clan had always held an attitude of not easily offending other influences. Yu Zhaxian's return must have caused the goddess clan a lot of frustration." "Ah, it's good that you understand." The Great Elder sighed. "However, we will not leave her alone. In addition to sending people to keep an eye on her, we will also send 7-star guards to guard you." Xia Jingyu listened quietly. The Great Elder had specially summoned her not just to talk about useless things. "In addition, we are also looking for suitable personnel to protect you in the bewitching ancient cave," the Great Elder said seriously. She was not optimistic about the 7-star guards either, so she needed external help. "Of course, if you have better personnel, we will consider your request first," the Great Elder said. Xia Jingyu shook her head and said, "I will listen to the Great Elder's instructions." She had been in isolation all year round. How could she know better personnel? The Great Elder said, "All right, let us know if you have any requests." After a pause, the Great Elder took out an invitation and said, "The main hall of the Palace of Heaven has invited us to participate in a bathing ceremony. It is good for improving soul strength. This opportunity is reserved for you. Prepare to leave soon." Xia Jingyu took the invitation and said gratefully, "Thank you, Great Elder." Her soul was a little weak and needed to be replenished. Back to Su Yu. He led the people to the entrance of the 9-star civilization in a mighty manner. One could imagine the grandeur of the scene. The stone men guarding the entrance were all shocked. They thought it was wanderers who had trespassed into the 9-star civilization. However, upon inspection, they were shocked to find that all of them had real documents. Moreover, they were personally issued by the #1 aristocratic family, the Palace of Heaven. There was no doubt about their identities. Therefore, despite their shock, they could only let them pass. Because of the large number of people, it took them half a month to pass through together. For a while, the entrance was completely blocked. When the last person passed through, all the stone men were exhausted. The giant golden python in the passage had been mostly damaged due to continuous work. "Guards!" The leader of the stone men, the black-robed man who was at the peak of the ancient sage level, yelled, "Inform the Palace of Heaven of what happened here." Yes. Su Yu had finally led the people to the 9-star civilization in broad daylight. Feeling the incomparably rich Taoist energy here and the incomparably prosperous world, the people were all excited. Even the wilderness of the 9-star civilization is better than the good spiritual land we used to have. If I were born here, why would my cultivation level be so low? It's not too late now. As long as I train harder, I will definitely be able to break through to the Pathmaster level in my lifetime. All the people were celebrating. They had finally witnessed the legendary 9-star civilization with their own eyes. Chapter 2949. However, this was only the first step. Ding had indeed come to a 9-star civilization, but it did not even have a stronghold. Cauldron Venerable, how about we establish a force here? A middle-ranking Cauldron Venerable suggested. The spiritual chi in this place was indeed something they had never seen before in their lives, and it gave them a huge shock. Su Yu's eyes flickered. This place. Your requirements are too low. What good places does Cauldron Zun have? The higher-ups asked again, guessing that Su Yu might have a better, undiscovered spiritual land. However, if he knew that the entire 9-star civilization had been occupied by countless ancient factions for countless years, and any good spiritual land had already been occupied, there would not be anything left. I do have a good place to go, but I will need to fight a fierce battle. Su Yu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He did have a good place to go, and that was the territory of the Sword Sacred Tribe. That place was built in an ancient battlefield that no one could go to. Not only were very few living beings able to step into it and threaten the stronghold, but there were also a few living beings that could enter it. More importantly, since the Sword Sacred Clan had chosen that place as their base, it must be because the spiritual energy there was extremely rare. Think about it, a grotto heaven that was not disturbed by any living beings or dangers, and it was also a rare paradise. Where else in the entire 9-star civilization could find a second one like this? Of course, the most important thing was that the Sword Sacred Clan had been destroyed by the human-shaped tribulation fire, and the clan's vitality had been greatly damaged. It was the best time to take him down. However, now was clearly not the time. None of the 5 great sages of the famed Sword Sacred Clan had perished. If they were to retaliate, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the time being, we will set up camp in the vicinity, and don't have any conflicts with any of the nearby factions, Su Yu said. We will wait patiently for some time, and when the time comes, we will occupy that place. The Cauldron's members had unlimited trust in Su Yu, so they carried out his orders without the slightest doubt. A group of common people immediately set up camp nearby and settled down. Su Yu, what do you plan to do next? The sinful lady looked at the vast 9-star civilization and was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to do. Su Yu took a deep breath and said, there are many things that need to be done. Even retrieving the 10,000 Calamity Scythe was a long way off, not to mention rescuing the absolute beginning realm lifeforms that Qiongqi had taken away. However, there was no need to worry about the 10,000 Calamity Scythe for now. It could sense Su Yu's presence, and the connection between them could not be broken. What was important was the Yin-Yang Gate. According to Bai Shui, only those who had completed the Temple of Heaven's mission were qualified to use the Yin-Yang Gate. In order to accept the mission, the lowest level of strength was an aristocratic family. Let's first appraise the overall strength of our cauldron, Su Yu said. The 9-star civilizations had an organization that specialized in evaluating the strength of a certain group, and that was the Golem Palace. The Golem Palace was a palace controlled by the descendants of the Stonebirth Son of Heaven. It was involved in various cities of the 9-star civilizations. Its purpose was to test the strength of the world's experts. As long as one's strength reached a certain standard, they would receive a reward from the Stoneman Palace. Moreover, the process did not cost them anything. Therefore, many beings from the 9-star civilizations were especially passionate about this. In order for a power to pass the assessment and become an aristocratic family, it had to pass the Golem Palace's test. There were 3 conditions for becoming a noble family. Firstly, the leader had to be at least an ancient sage. Secondly, there had to be at least 3 people who had reached the mid-stage of the Tao of Heaven. Finally, the number of Tao Lords in the faction must be more than 3,000. Only then would they have the qualifications to call themselves an aristocratic family. Not a single one of these conditions could be lacking. None of these 3 conditions could be omitted. Of course, not all 3 conditions could be met to become an aristocratic family. This was because the Golem Palace only allowed 1 aristocratic family to be established every month. Among all the forces that had passed the assessment that month, the most outstanding would be chosen to become an aristocratic family. Of course, The cauldron perfectly met all three conditions. In particular, the first and third conditions were superior to most of the aristocratic families. Apart from everything else, Su Yu had the absolute strength to kill a great saint with a single stroke of his sword. As for the Pathmasters, there were more than 3,000 of them. Su Yu scanned his surroundings and locked his eyes on the nearest city to him. He led a group of Cauldron members into the city for the test. Such a large group of people entered the city, but they were not affected in the slightest. This was because the city was too vast. 30,000 people entering the city did not cause the slightest ripple. The prosperity of the city was incomparable to the 8-star civilizations of the past. Therefore, the members of the Cauldron were extremely curious about everything and were amazed. When he arrived at the Golem Palace, Su Yu was slightly surprised to find that the Cauldron was not the only force that had come for the additional test. There were already 2 forces waiting outside the Golem Palace, whose doors were tightly shut. Su Yu gave them a cursory glance and frowned. The 2 forces had completely met the standards of the aristocratic families. Whether it was the ancient saints, 3 middle-stage heavenly lawmasters, or 30,000 strong heavenly lawmasters, they had far exceeded the requirements. There are so many strong men in the 9-star civilizations, Su Yu could not help but sigh. This was a city that had been randomly chosen, but he had actually encountered 2 forces that had met the requirements to compete for becoming an aristocratic family. The arrival of the Cauldron naturally aroused the vigilance of the 2 great forces. However, when they noticed that most of the members of the 30,000 Cauldron were early-stage heavenly law masters, they heaved a sigh of relief. Moreover, the behavior of the members of the Cauldron looking around curiously had attracted their contempt. Where did this beggar force come from? How dare they come to apply for becoming an aristocratic family? Maybe it's a small faction that got lucky and developed. The 2 forces had a tacit understanding to denigrate the Cauldron together. In the 9-star civilizations, even the aristocratic families had differences in strength. The powerful aristocratic families had the support of great saint-level forces. One of the 2 forces in front of them was a direct relative of the Saint clan. It was a family established by itself and was preparing to be independent. The other force was one of the vassal forces of the Saint clan. With the support of the Saint clan, it was preparing to apply for becoming an aristocratic family. The Cauldron had appeared out of nowhere, and its overall level was relatively low, far inferior to their mysterious force. I say, where do we come from? Why do we need you to talk so much? Su Yu was too lazy to argue with them. However, it did not mean that the members of the Cauldron could take it lying down. Hey! The members of the 2 great forces immediately cast a threatening look at him. Where did this wild monk come from? How dare he behave atrociously in Tianju City? Perhaps you should find out who we are. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Don't waste your energy. They obviously wanted to exclude the Cauldron to reduce the competition. Chapter 2950. Of course we are ready. The leaders of the 2 forces looked solemn, then looked at Su Yu with a faint smile. But we don't know if they are ready. The person who opened the door of the Stone Man Palace was expressionless. What do you need to say if they are ready? After suffering a setback, the leaders of the 2 factions immediately shut their mouths obediently with embarrassed expressions. The Stone Man Palace was not just any other place. It was the land of Hu Yi, the son of the Holy Mountain. If they caused trouble here, it was very likely that the son of the Holy Mountain would hear about it. If the son of the Holy Mountain showed any dissatisfaction, what awaited them would be a doomsday-like execution. Therefore, they immediately behaved themselves and did not dare to act rashly. They did not even dare to look at Su Yu casually, for fear of incurring the dissatisfaction of the Stone Man Palace. Are you ready? The person who opened the door asked again. Su Yu said calmly, yes, we are ready. The Stone Man nodded. Come in. The door of the Stone Man Palace opened completely. The 3 forces, guided by the Stone Man, washed up and entered the Great Hall. The Stone Man Palace was self-contained, but it was not huge. There was only a huge stone platform that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. There was a huge statue of a stone man on the stone platform. Judging from the statue, it was none other than Prince Xiaoyao. Staring at the gloomy stone statue, Su Yu's eyes slowly narrowed. Among the 10 great emperors of the Holy Mountain, he had the deepest grudge with Prince Xiaoyao. He had sent his doppelgangers to kill Su Yu twice. However, it was a pity that Su Yu managed to evade the deadly pursuit again and again. Moreover, he even managed to destroy both of the opponent's clones. So far, his first doppelganger had not been successfully restored. One could imagine the deep hatred between the two sides. To be honest, Su Yu was a little worried that the test might not be a smooth one at the Stone Man Palace where his statue was erected. As you can see, the test is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the test of the Master of the Heavenly Law. All 30,000 people must reach the level of the Master of the Heavenly Law, not one missing. The other 2 forces indicated that there was no problem. Su Yu's eyes flashed and he nodded confidently. Okay, let's start with the King of Hell, the Stone Man said indifferently. The so-called King of Hell was the vassal force of the Holy Clan. Their strength completely met the requirements of the great families. Under the leader's command, the 30,000 examinees came to the arena one after another. Before the test, let me warn you first. If your strength hasn't reached the level of a heavenly law lord, you'd better step down. Otherwise, your life will be in danger once the test begins. The leader of the Netherworld Kings hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "There's absolutely no problem." The golem nodded and said, "Okay, let the test begin." With a command, purple flames immediately appeared around the ring. Upon seeing this item, the 30,000 members of the Netherworld Kings Association who were waiting to be tested couldn't help but panic. The Heavenly Law Master's Flame. The so-called Heavenly Law Master's Flame was somewhat similar to the Heavenly Flame that appeared when Su Yu broke through to the Heavenly Law Master level. It was just that the power would undoubtedly be much stronger. An expert like Dao Lord Fei Tian would not be able to withstand it. It seemed that not all of them were masters of the Heavenly Law. There was still a certain proportion of them who were imposters. The Nether King signaled them with his eyes to calm them down. Only then did the panicking crowd quietly calm down. They definitely understood the danger of the power assessment. Since they dared to come, they must have made preparations. They quickly calmed down and huddled close to each other. At that moment, the Heavenly Law Master's flame had already spread, burning the whole ring. The masters of the Heavenly Law immediately groaned in pain. Even though they were masters of the Heavenly Law, enduring the Heavenly Law flame was still excruciating. Even they were in pain, let alone those whose cultivation hadn't reached the level of a master of the Heavenly Law. To them, this was a devastating injury. One of them, who hadn't reached the level of a master of the Heavenly Law, was immediately set ablaze and turned into a flaming man. This was the result of being injured by the Heavenly Flame because his cultivation hadn't reached the standard. However, just as he was about to be burned to ashes, the Heavenly Flame became much weaker. It turned out that a part of it had been absorbed by his companions who were next to him. His companion was the master of the Heavenly Law, so absorbing part of the Heavenly Flame wouldn't cause him much harm. Moreover, there was more than one master of the Heavenly Law beside the flaming man. His companions were all absorbing the Heavenly Flame, which minimized the damage they had suffered. As expected, with the help of his companions, the Heavenly Flame on this person's body was completely absorbed, and he was spared from death. In fact, there were more than 30,000 people in the ring. At least thousands of them had not reached the level of a master of the Heavenly Law, and they had relied on this cheating method to achieve great success. When the Netherworld King saw this, a hint of delight appeared on his face. As expected, they had completely understood the testing method of the ring. Many forces had relied on this method to become powerful families. After all, it wasn't easy to gather 30,000 masters of the Heavenly Law. Therefore, they had to use some improper methods. However, just as the Netherworld King was feeling happy, a sudden change occurred. The Heavenly Flame on the ring suddenly erupted with power, which was twice as powerful as before. Many of the examiners were caught off guard, and they were immediately engulfed by the incomparably fierce Heavenly Flame. The power of this fire was so strong that even the real master of the Heavenly Law had reached his limit. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone help others. Those powerhouses whose cultivation hadn't reached the level of a master of the heavenly law were immediately set ablaze. For a moment, screams filled the air. The sudden eruption of the heavenly flame quickly calmed down, leaving behind a pile of ashes. 4 to 5,000 fake masters of the heavenly law were all burned to ashes. The Netherworld King stood rooted to the ground, and his mind went blank. How could this be? Didn't they verify countless times that the Golem Palace could indeed use this method to cheat? Why did the heavenly flame suddenly erupt? At that moment, the stone man said expressionlessly, "I forgot to tell you that the heavenly flame on the ring has changed." Looking at the dazed Netherworld King, the stone man announced, "Netherworld King, you have failed the test. You can't meet the requirements of a powerful family." Everyone felt uneasy after witnessing this scene. The cauldron was the most uneasy one. How could they not know how powerful the cauldron was? Where could they find 30,000 masters of the heavenly law? They didn't even have 30 of them, let alone 30,000. This was the cauldron's current situation. It didn't have enough masters of the heavenly law. The sinful woman couldn't help but worry for Su Yu. Others couldn't even cheat if they were only a few thousand masters of the heavenly law, let alone them. However, Su Yu was still as calm as before. He said, "Different situations call for different actions. I have my ways. Don't be impatient." The members of the cauldron forced themselves to calm down and observe the situation quietly. Chapter 29:51. Hearing this, the previously arrogant and despotic force immediately felt guilty. The Netherworld King lacked enough heaven law masters, but so did he. It was just that he didn't lack 5,000 heaven law masters like the Netherworld King. The leader of the opposing force gritted his teeth and said, "Then let me, Lingyun, do it." He was a direct descendant of a sacred clan, so he naturally had more resources than the former. Lingyun's members panicked, and about 1,000 of them became nervous and uneasy. If the Netherworld King's 5,000 members were annihilated so easily, how could they dare to go up? "With me, Qing Mu, here, what are you afraid of?" Qing Mu shouted. Lingyun's members had no choice but to go up. All 30,000 of them stood on the arena. The stone man said expressionlessly, "I repeat, the first test is very dangerous. Any injuries or deaths will be at your own risk." Qing Mu nodded and said, "Lingyun understands. Please." The stone man nodded and activated the mechanism of the arena. Instantly, the Heaven Law Master's flames started to spread around the arena. The 30,000 members took in a deep breath. Unlike the Netherworld King, the members of Lingyun's team were spread out as if they weren't cheating at all. At this moment, the heavenly fire finally spread over and engulfed everyone at an extremely fast speed. About 1,000 of them were immediately engulfed in flames, turning them into burning men. However, the strange thing was that they didn't feel any pain. Instead, they acted as if nothing had happened. After burning for a while, the heavenly fire on their bodies was automatically absorbed into their bodies. On the other hand, the other 290,000 people had painful expressions on their faces, and their bodies were faintly red. If one looked closely, they would find that there were wooden patterns on their bodies, as if they were all tree stumps. It turned out that this was the divine ability of the sacred clan that Qing Mu belonged to. It could lignify all nearby objects and living beings, and form a cohesive whole. The 30,000 people were like an ancient tree with 30,000 roots. 1,000 of them were affected by the heaven fire, and they could immediately spread it to the other 29,000 people. This way, the power of the heaven fire could be spread to the other 29,000 people. This method was undoubtedly many times more powerful than the Netherworld King's method of sharing the heaven fire. Soon, the heaven fire in the 20,000 people's bodies was extinguished. Apart from some slight pain, they didn't suffer any injuries. However, what followed was the violent eruption of the Heavenly Law Master's fire. The 1,000 people were once again burned by the terrifying heavenly fire. Before it could harm them, the heavenly fire was swiftly distributed by the others, and it was clear that the pores of everyone else were leaking weak embers of fire. Their expressions were quite painful, but it wasn't to the point where they couldn't bear it. Finally, even though the heavenly flame erupted violently, it also left quickly. In the blink of an eye, all of the Heavenly Law Master's flames disappeared. None of the 30,000 people were injured. Greenwood excitedly clenched his fists. Success. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the golem. The golem announced expressionlessly, Lingyun passed the first test. Even though he could tell that Lingyun had cheated, the test rules didn't prohibit such cheating methods. Moreover, Greenwood was a descendant of a large saint clan, so he could only pretend that he didn't see anything. Great. Greenwood was incomparably excited, and he couldn't help but laugh. This month's great family clan is mine, Lingyun. As he spoke, he looked at the Nether King beside him. The latter's expression was gloomy. He was already in low spirits. Being stared at by Lingyun, he felt even more ashamed and embarrassed. However, when he looked at Su Yu and the others beside him, he felt much better. After all, the Nether King wasn't at the bottom, so it wasn't that embarrassing. Later, it would be this motley crew that came out of nowhere who would be embarrassed. Judging from their composition, there weren't many strong Heavenly Law Masters among them. How could they have the courage to come and take the great family clan test? Who gave them the courage to do so? Greenwood also looked confident. He now felt that it was a waste of time for Su Yu's people to take the test. There was no need at all. It was obvious that almost no one was qualified to be the Heavenly Law Master. However, in the Golem Palace, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only stand calmly under the arena, waiting for the second test to begin. Are you ready? The golem looked at Su Yu and the others. He was also puzzled. In the past, there had been ungrateful people who had come to take the test in an attempt to bluff their way through. However, after witnessing the cruelty of the test, many wisely withdrew. On the other hand, Su Yu was still calm and insisted on taking the test. Go up. Su Yu waved his hand, and an invisible trail appeared, fusing into the bodies of the 30,000 Cauldron's members. They stepped forward anxiously. If it weren't for their absolute trust in Su Yu, they wouldn't have dared to come up. Previously, the 5,000 members of the Netherworld King had been killed in an instant, which was a heavy blow to their souls. The crowd lined up together, feeling anxious and fearful. Begin, the golem said quietly as he looked at them with a sigh. The Netherworld King had only been short of 5,000 people, yet he had still ended up in such a miserable state. How could this motley crew fare? In a moment, no one would be able to remain in the arena. All of them would be reduced to ashes. Greenwood and the Nether King looked on calmly, as if they could already see the miserable fate of the 30,000 people screaming in pain. Buzz! Buzz! Intense Heavenly Law fire immediately appeared around the arena. Even though it was far away, the members of the cauldrons on the arena felt an intense burning pain on their skin. As the heavenly fire approached, the burning pain became more and more intense. Finally, the heavenly fire engulfed everyone with a heaven-devouring momentum. However, the strange thing was that none of them felt any pain. The heavenly fire was burning on their bodies, but none of them felt any pain. Even the burning pain they had felt before was slowly disappearing, replaced by warmth. Greenwood and the Nether King were not the only ones who were shocked by this scene. Even the golem was shocked. With his cultivation level, how could he not see that the Heavenly Law Master was not among them? However, how did they withstand the Heavenly Law Master's flames? It was unbelievable. Upon closer inspection, the golem finally discovered that there was a faint flickering trace on their bodies. When the Heavenly Law Master's flames approached, they were bounced off by an invisible force, unable to cause any harm to them. What is this? The golem was a little uncertain. Soon, the second wave of heavenly fire, which was even more violent, erupted. It was this heavenly fire that killed 5,000 members of the Netherworld King in an instant. The heavenly fire engulfed them all. However, to their great shock, they saw a clear remnant mark hovering above the heads of the 30,000 people, which absorbed all the heavenly fire that fell on them, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 2952. If he was not mistaken, this was the ancestral technique of the Star Clan, which had been destroyed by the son of the Holy Mountain because it had rebelled with the 8-star civilizations a century ago. The ancestral technique of the Star Clan had the ability to shift the position of the stars, which could shift the enemy's attack elsewhere. The more advanced the ancestral technique was, the more powerful the shift would be. Generally speaking, the Star Clan, who had trained to a high level, could shift the attack of a peak Pathmaster. Only the Star Clan, who had trained to a high level, could shift the attack of a Heaven Law Master. However, Suyu didn't teleport just one Heaven's Law Master's attack, but more than 30,000 of them. Just how profound must one's cultivation be to be able to achieve such a feat? He remembered that only a few elders of the Star Clan had been able to do that. Are you a member of the Star Clan? The Stone Man's eyes sharpened, but he did not question him. It had been an entire era. When the Star Clan was destroyed, the Xiaoyaro Son of Heaven had said that the matter had come to an end. There was no need for him to blame his descendants for what had happened an era ago. Moreover, it was still unknown whether Suyu was a descendant of the Star Clan or not. No, Suyu replied calmly. Then, he asked, did we pass the first test? The Stone Man looked at Suyu and said, passed. My lord. The Nether King stepped forward immediately and said angrily, my lord, this is ridiculous. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there were not even a few Heaven Law Masters in Suyu's faction. How could such a faction pass the first test? Was this a joke? I strongly suggest that we disqualify them from the test, the Nether King said through clenched teeth. Why? If the Cauldron could pass the test, then what about his dead brothers? The Stone Man was expressionless. He said coldly, who gave you the courage to question my judgment? Upon hearing that, the Nether King shivered. He lowered his head and said weakly, but they cheated. The Stone Man snorted coldly. Didn't you cheat? Don't blame others for your inferiority. Get lost. We won't be tested by the Nether King within 100 years. The Nether King's heart trembled, and his face turned pale. If they couldn't be tested within 100 years, wouldn't that mean that they had lost all hope? He had planned to rebuild his strength within 10 years and find enough masters of the heavenly law. Now, everything was ruined. Human, just you wait. The Nether King stared at Suyu fiercely, his eyes filled with hatred. Suyu was baffled and asked, what does that have to do with me? She actually hated him for no reason at all. Suyu did not provoke him at all. On the contrary, it was the other party who frequently provoked him, and Suyu had always restrained himself. But, in the end, it was his own incompetence that caused great casualties and failure, and he blamed Suyu for it. Humph. Continue to be stubborn. The Nether King vented his anger. Suyu's eyes turned cold, and he said, then wait outside. This was really looking for the King of Hell in the middle of the night. Hey. The Nether King's eyes widened, and a murderous aura erupted from him. A motley crew dared to provoke him? It seemed like the first group test had failed. The Netherworld King was looked down upon. All right. Then you better pray that you didn't die in the Stoneman Palace. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. The Nether King swung his sleeves and left. Suyu retracted his gaze, and his eyes became cold. If the tripod really became a great family, it might not be a bad thing to destroy a force at the beginning of its establishment. When all of the Nether King's forces had left, the Stoneman Palace finally quieted down. The Stone Man looked at the remaining two parties and said, the second round of testing will test the strong men whose cultivation has reached the middle stage of the Heavenly Law Master. Make sure there are at least 3 of them. Qingmu's expression flickered slightly, and he looked a little guilty. The middle stage of the Heavenly Law Master was not so easy to achieve. Among the millions of strong men in the early stage of the Heavenly Law, there might not even be one middle stage existence. Ling Yun could barely gather 30,000 strong men in the early stage of the Heavenly Law, let alone 3 middle stage ones. Fortunately, he had relied on his family's connections to get 3 masters of the Heavenly Law from his family to keep up appearances, so it should work. The testing process will be more dangerous than the first round. You better think about it carefully, the Stone Man said expressionlessly. Qingmu was really hesitant. After the first round of testing, it was obvious that the testing process had been strengthened several times. If they were not careful, even the strong men in the middle stage of the Heavenly Law Master might die. However, considering that they were strong men from the family, it should not be a problem. Ling Yun will press forward. The Stone Man nodded and looked at Suyu. Suyu said quietly, we have no problem either. However, I have 2 companions who are still on their way. I need to go and greet them. The stone man frowned and said, after the testing, Ling Yun will wait for you for an hour at most. That's enough, Su Yu said. He waved his hand and asked the sinful girl to follow him out. When they were outside the stone man palace, the sinful girl finally expressed her anxiety. Where are we going to turn into 3 middle-stage heavenly law masters? She, who was the strongest among them, had only reached the threshold of the middle stage of the heavenly law master. However, she could only be counted as one. As the leader of the Cauldron, Su Yu had to participate in the last round of testing. He could not participate in the second round. Come here. Su Yu brought her to a nearby alley. In the dark alley, one could not even see their own fingers. Protect me, Su Yu said. The sinful girl nodded and immediately performed her divine technique. A dark and gloomy energy condensed in the entire alley, isolating it from the outside world. Then, Su Yu weaved signs with his hands, and a powerful time realm was released with him as the center. 2 spacetime gates appeared at the same time, and a Su Yu walked out from each of them. Both Su Yus were men. One of them was younger than Su Yu, and the other was slightly more mature. I thought you had forgotten about us, the 2 Su Yus said in unison. They were the incarnations of Su Yu's future and past. Without saying a word, Su Yu threw a black robe to each of them and said, "Don't show your true appearance." The 2 of them were telepathically connected with Su Yu's real body, so they naturally understood what Su Yu wanted to do. The future incarnation smiled. My real body, this kind of cheating is not a wise move. Su Yu naturally understood what he was thinking. He said, it's just a temporary measure. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The future incarnation meant that it was not wise to cheat and give the Cauldron a position that did not match its status. In that case, the Cauldron would inevitably participate in the competition with the aristocratic families. Once Su Yu was gone, the Cauldron would suffer a destructive blow and be easily destroyed. Chapter 2953. Blue veins popped out on Su Yu's forehead. She had touched his sore spot. He rolled his eyes at the incarnation and finally looked at the sinful lady. After pondering for a while, he raised his hand and waved. Several remnant marks appeared and hovered above her head. What is this? The sinful lady asked in surprise. Su Yu said, 3 remnant marks of the ancestor technique of the Saint clan. They are auxiliary, defensive, and offensive marks. The sinful lady said hesitantly, since my strength is at the middle stage of the great heavenly pathmaster, I don't need them. Besides, 3 remnant marks can easily expose something and attract unnecessary trouble. Su Yu had also thought of this. If you get hurt, I will feel bad. Su Yu sighed. After coming to the 9-star civilization, the sinful lady had followed Su Yu without any ambition. How could Su Yu let the sinful lady take risks for him? It's just a normal test. There should be no problem. The sinful lady was moved and had a strange feeling. It was as if there was a sweet taste in her heart. Su Yu's expression became serious and he shook his head slightly. No. From the many changes in the first round of testing, I can infer that there will be changes in the second round as well. It may put your life in danger. Su Yu was worried. It's better to be safe. He still didn't know what the second round of testing would be like. He had to be cautious. As for his 2 incarnations, he didn't have to worry at all. Su Yu knew how strong he was. After getting ready, the 4 of them returned to the Stone Man Palace. Just then, the 3 examiners of Ling Yun had entered the arena. The 3 of them stood there motionless like wooden stakes. Their eyes were closed and they were sweating profusely. What was more terrifying was that there were unknown wounds on their bodies. They didn't attack anyone, but their bodies began to be injured. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He knew the second round of testing wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, a scream was heard. One of them opened his eyes, which were full of fear and pain. His whole body was dripping with blood, especially his chest, where there was a huge bloody hole running through his body. Theoretically, he should have died. Strangely, when he woke up, the wound on his chest, which should have been fatal, healed a lot, leaving him half dead. As for the other 2, they persisted until a ding sound came from the arena. The 2 of them seemed to have woken up from a dream, but their expressions were especially tense, as if they had just been in a life-and-death battle. Greenwood was stunned. Unexpected, everything was unexpected. In the past, the second round of examination only determined the overall cultivation of the examinee by attacking some puppets. However, the improved second round was actually a dream test. Moreover, the damage suffered in the dream could be returned to the original body. The stone man put his hands in his sleeves and said expressionlessly, "One person has been eliminated. There are less than 3 middle-stage masters of the heavenly law. The test has failed." Greenwood's heart trembled, and he tried to explain, "Sir, my subordinate's cultivation has indeed reached the middle stage of the heavenly Tao Lord realm. This test is too unfair." The golem said indifferently, "Whether or not you reach it doesn't depend on your cultivation, but your overall strength." He seemed to have seen through Greenwood, and his gaze became much sharper. There are some special methods that can temporarily raise one's cultivation to the middle stage of the heavenly law lord, but their strength may not be able to keep up. As a mid-stage lord of the heaven Tao, not only did his cultivation have to keep up, but he also had to improve his various domains and divine techniques. The master of the Tao of heaven, who relied on cheating and forcefully ascended to the middle stage, did not have such an ability. Hearing this, Greenwood guiltily averted his gaze. The person who had been eliminated had relied on a special method to barely reach the middle stage of the heavenly law lord. If it was in the past, it would have been easy, but now it was impossible. After examining them, the stone man looked at Su Yu. "Are your people ready?" Su Yu gave the sinful woman and the other two a look, then they quietly went up the stage. "Wait, why are there 2 of your people who can't show their faces?" Greenwood asked. Su Yu asked, "Is there a rule that forbids them from concealing their true appearances?" What a joke. Among the 3 people who tested Lingyun just now, weren't there 2 members from the Holy Clan who tried to hide him? Why did he feel that something was wrong when it came to others? No. However, since you've cheated in the past, I think it's better for you to show your true face, Greenwood said coldly. Su Yu chuckled. "Why do you care? Just stand aside. You." Greenwood's eyes flickered with hostility, but he didn't finish his sentence, because the stone man looked at him coldly. "Shut up." He looked at Su Yu again, but didn't mention the 2 people in black robes. Instead, he announced the rules. The second round of examination is life-threatening, so you must consider it carefully. If you suffer a simple fatal attack during the examination, the damage will be halved after you wake up. However, if your soul is destroyed in the dream, or your body is destroyed, and you can't wake up, then you can't be saved. The person who failed just now had his heart destroyed in the dream, but he woke up in time, so his life wasn't in danger. The sinful woman said calmly, "Let's begin." The 3 of them stood side by side on the stage and slowly closed their eyes. Her vision was plunged into darkness, but it suddenly brightened. However, the sinful woman knew that it wasn't because she had opened her eyes, but because she had quickly entered a dream. When she opened her eyes again, the sinful woman found a person who looked exactly like her standing in front of her. No, to be exact, even their souls were exactly the same, only their temperaments were different. The other person's temperament was more graceful and elegant, but also more indifferent and ruthless. It was as if she was an existence that ruled over the 9 heavens. She stood there, looked at the sinful woman quietly, and said mercilessly, "How can a vessel appear in front of me?" Her identity was self-evident. She was Mirror Flower Heaven. However, this wasn't the real Mirror Flower Heaven, but an illusion created by the sinful woman's subconscious. Whatever a person was most afraid of would appear in the dream. Although she had never told anyone about it, the person she was most afraid of was undoubtedly Mirror Flower Heaven, who had used her as a vessel. The sinful woman's pupils shrank, and a rare look of fear appeared on her face. Her body couldn't help but shiver. In the past, she might have continued to be afraid. But now, as Su Yu's figure appeared in her mind, she somehow calmed down and felt that it wouldn't matter even if she died now. If she died for Su Yu, she wouldn't be afraid of dying. Her eyes suddenly became sharp, and she pulled out the sinful sword. She said, "It's just a product of a dream." With a sweep of the sinful sword, the strength of the middle stage of the Heaven Law Master erupted. Mirror Flower Heaven smiled faintly, then disappeared. Then, the sinful woman's vision went black, and her consciousness returned. She opened her eyes in confusion, and her face was full of surprise. Did she pass just like that? Only 1 or 2 breaths had passed, right? But when she opened her eyes, she found that her whole body was drenched in sweat, and at least a cup of tea's time had passed in the outside world. You can actually wake up from the dream on your own. Not bad, the stone man praised her, which was rare. The rest of the examinees waited for the test time to be up, and then they were forcibly brought out of the dream. Suyu didn't expect that the first one to succeed would be the sinful woman, who was the weakest, and not his 2 clones. Chapter 2954. The expressions of the 2 clones were extremely strange. Their bodies were covered with hideous wounds, and blood was flowing freely. Obviously, they had suffered serious injuries in their dreams. However, there was not much fear on their faces. Instead, there was only a complex expression. It was 30% pain, 30% shame, and 30% grief. It was as if they were going through some kind of excruciating torture. Suyu, what happened to them? After the sinful lady got off the stage, she was surprised to find that she had succeeded before Suyu's 2 clones. No one knew better than her how powerful Suyu's 2 clones were. Moreover, the expressions of the 2 clones were too strange. Hearing this, Suyu closed his eyes slightly, and a bitter taste spread in his mouth. Wait patiently, I believe in myself. No one knew him better than he did. Suyu could imagine what the 2 clones had encountered in their dreams. In his life, there was only one person who could make him feel pain, shame, and sorrow. It was Xiana, the woman he had let down the most and felt the deepest guilt. As expected, the 2 clones had the same scene in their dreams. In the dream, a woman was holding a long blade, tears streaming down her face. Why did you let me down? Why? Suyu's clone stood motionless, allowing her to hurt him. His eyes were staring at Xiana with a complicated expression. Puff! A sword pierced through Suyu's chest. Suyu did not even frown, but the sorrow in his eyes deepened. Brother Yu, I have always treated you with sincerity. Why did you betray me? Xiana pulled out her sword, and blood splattered everywhere. Tears still stained her face. She said, You still love Xia Jingyu, don't you? After so many years, you still haven't forgotten her. But I'm your wife. Do you even put me in your eyes? Looking at her tearful accusation, Suyu did not say a word. Moreover, why didn't you save me? Why did you let me die in the hands of the ancient god Jolong? Why? She clutched her heart and cried, My heart hurts, it really hurt. As she spoke, Xiana's face was filled with murderous intent. She stabbed her sword again, and this time, it was aimed at Xia Qingqian's heart. If you feel guilty, if you feel that you have wronged me, then you can atone for it with your life. The long sword was like a rainbow, and it immediately pointed at Suyu's heart. If nothing unexpected happened, Suyu would still not block it, just like the previous dozen sword strikes. However, this time, when the tip of the sword was about to reach Suyu's chest, Suyu finally moved. He raised his finger and gently blocked the sharp tip of the sword. Xiana suddenly raised her head and said, Why should I hide? What right do you have to hide? The complicated look on Suyu's face gradually disappeared. There was no more pain, no more shame, only sorrow. The real Xian won't harm me, Suyu said in a hoarse voice. He was the only one in Xian's life, and she placed him first. How could she hurt him? How could she kill him? When Suyu first saw Xiana in his dreams, he came back to his senses and knew who she was. She just wanted to see Xiana again and listen to her voice. That was all. How do you know? You've done so many wrong things to her. Don't you think you deserve to die? Xiana stepped back. Her eyes and voice became unfamiliar. Suyu moved his body and said, So, this is why I didn't kill you. He knew that Xiana wouldn't hold a grudge against him because of Xia Jingyu. He also knew that Xiana wouldn't blame him for not saving her before she died. Even in the most painful years of her life, she still hoped for Suyu's well-being instead of hatred. However, Suyu blamed himself. The more Xiana acted this way, the more Suyu felt guilty. So, He quietly listened to the fake Chinziana vent her hatred. Now, she had finished listening. So what? Can you bear to kill me? Chinziana seemed to have seen through Suyu. She was not afraid. Instead, she raised her head and said, "Come on, try to kill me. Anyway, you've wronged me all your life. You won't feel any guilt killing me." Suyu stepped forward and said calmly, "I'm very grateful that you let me see Chinziana again and hear her voice again. However, that doesn't mean you can humiliate Xian as you wish." A gust of wind blew from the tip of his foot, and a wisp of the powerful energy of a middle-stage master of the heavenly law charged forward. Chinziana's face gradually became calm. She didn't resist, but said calmly, "You passed." Then, she was destroyed by the strong wind and turned into dust. The two clones woke up almost at the same time, and their injuries healed. However, their eyes were still filled with sadness. The future clone walked down and said, "Main body, don't let Xiana wait for too long. You owe her too much." Suyu nodded silently. How could he not understand that he owed Xiana? He raised his head and looked at the stone man. "How was it? Did we pass?" The stone man looked at the sinful lady and the two clones meaningfully. He knew very well how dangerous the second round of the test was. Compared to the first round, it didn't just test one's strength, but also one's temperament. If one's temperament wasn't up to par, it was highly likely that one would die in it. Since the beginning of the test, no force had ever successfully passed it. He didn't expect that the Cauldron, who looked mediocre, would actually pass the test. It was really unexpected. He nodded slightly and said, "The second round of the test is a success." Qing Mu, who was beside him, couldn't believe it. He asked, "How did you cheat?" He couldn't accept that a force that didn't even have a few masters of the heavenly law could pass the test. Suyu calmly looked at him and said, "Next is the third round of the test. Those who are not involved should leave so that they don't affect my performance." Qing Mu clenched his teeth and was about to scold him when the stone man said, "You have already failed the second round of the test. If you don't leave now, do you want me to personally ask you to leave?" Since the stone man had spoken, Qing Mu could only bow and cup his fists. Yes, Ling Yun will leave now. If this stalemate continued, he would end up like the Netherworld King. He wouldn't be able to participate in the test for hundreds of years. However, before he left, he glared at Suyu fiercely, like the Netherworld King. Although he didn't blame Suyu for his failure, he didn't hold back either. In the end, only the Cauldron was left. The stone man stared at Suyu. To be honest, he didn't expect the weakest force to successfully make it to the last round. Instead, Ling Yun, whom he had been most optimistic about, had been defeated in the second round of the test. Alright, the third round is to test the strength of the leader. You must be at the level of an ancient saint. Are you ready? The stone man's expression was solemn. Suyu looked at the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyaro on the arena. This stone statue hadn't been used at all. Chapter 2955. As if noticing Suyu's gaze, the stone man said, "As you can see, that is the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyaro. Among the 10 emperors, he represents destruction. Indeed, among the 10 emperors of the Holy Mountain, only Prince Xiaoyaro was active in the world, leading the destruction of various civilizations in the Great Beginning Realm. In contrast, the other 9 emperors had never set foot in the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that Prince Xiaoyaro represented destruction. The third test is the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyaro. You will fight with it. Imagine the danger, the stone man said. It's not too late to back out now. When the test really starts, I won't be able to stop it." Hearing this, Suyu's expression was indifferent. "No need, let's begin." He had fought with the clone of Prince Xiaoyaro many times. How could he deal with a mere stone statue? The stone man was silent for a moment, then frowned slightly. "Think carefully." Suyu looked at him and said meaningfully, "You are very long-winded." Intuition told Suyu that there was something wrong with this stone man. Was the previous test not dangerous? Did he remind him again and again? No. Judging from the cruelty of the test, the Stone Man Palace did not care about the life of the examinee at all. Now, he was curious and concerned about the examinee's safety, repeatedly reminding Suyu to back out. Who would believe that there was no problem? You don't know what's good for you. The stone man snorted and waved his sleeves. Since you want to die, go ahead. The stone man pressed his palm on the arena, leaving a palm print on it. A strange scene appeared. Traces of blood seeped out from the print. The blood quickly spread throughout the entire arena, turning it into a sea of blood. The stone statue of Prince Xiaoyao, which had been motionless all this time, finally moved. It automatically absorbed the blood and gathered all the blood on its body, turning it into a layer of bloody clothes. The stone statue's face was already gloomy. After being covered with a layer of bloody clothes, it looked even more gloomy, like a man-eating demon. Crack. Suddenly, several cracks appeared on the face of the stone statue. The stone skin around the eyes suddenly peeled off, revealing two dark red eyes that were constantly moving. Then, the stone skin around the mouth, nose, and ears all broke off, revealing dark golden skin. Are you prepared to die for challenging me? The stone statue of Xiao Yarou, son of heaven, asked indifferently. Suyu slowly stepped onto the stage, calmly saying, "A stone statue does not deserve to be so insolent." The stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyaro turned around and looked at Suyu. His dark red eyes were filled with confusion. A feeling of déjà vu. "We have met before," the stone statue of Xiaoyaro, son of heaven, said slowly. Even though Suyu had a custom-made black robe to cover his figure, it still could not block the perception of the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyao. Suyu clenched his fist and pulled out an illusory sword formed by the absolute heaven sword. Its might was not even 1/10,000th of the real one. He said lightly, "It has indeed been a while." To be precise, he had seen the clone of Prince Xiaoyaro in the famous Sword Saint tribe, but it did not notice Suyu. Upon hearing this, the stone man could not help but be shocked, and he stared at Suyu in surprise. This human actually met Xiao Yarou, son of heaven, before? The stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyaro had a weak connection with Emperor Xiaoyaro himself, and they could sense each other. Since the stone statue said that it had seen him before, it must have been the feeling conveyed by the real body. However, the stone man could not figure out why the high and mighty Xiao Yarou, son of heaven, would have any connection with this lowly dust that needed to establish a small family. There should not be any connection between the two. "So, you have come to challenge me. Do you have the consciousness of returning to the void?" The dark red eyes of the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyaro turned to look at Suyu. Suyu held the illusory absolute heaven sword formed by the absolute heaven sword, and without saying a word, he slashed at the stone statue. Although the power of this sword was not as good as the real absolute heaven sword, it was not something that an ancient saint strong man could withstand. The sword energy, which was almost tangible, could completely destroy the stone statue of an ancient saint if there were no accidents. At the very least, it should be seriously injured. However, the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyaro showed a hint of mockery. It stood motionless on the spot, allowing the sword energy to attack its body. As a result, with a clang, the sword energy was completely blocked as if it had attacked an extremely hard iron block. Even the stone clothes on the surface of the stone statue were not damaged. The people below the stage could see that something was wrong. The sinful lady squinted her eyes and said in a serious voice, "What's going on? Shouldn't the overall strength of the stone statue be similar to that of an ancient saint?" However, Suyu's sword attack just now had almost reached the peak of the ancient saint level, yet it could not hurt him at all. Was this a joke? The stone man, who was the judge, showed an expression of "I warned you" and said calmly, "Who said the strength of the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyaro must be at the ancient saint level? Its function is to test the strength of the examinee." The sinful lady asked, "This is too unfair. What if the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyaro used too much force?" It was obvious that the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyaro had its own wisdom. It completely decided how much force it used. If it used a little more force, even the strongest ancient saint would not be able to pass. If it used a little less force, even if its strength was not at the ancient saint level, it could still pass the test. This round of testing was too unfair. Moreover, it could be imagined that this was definitely a situation that had happened recently. Suyu really did not know what the Stone Man Palace was planning. Why did they have to make the test so difficult and unpredictable? It was as if they sincerely did not want people to pass the test. The stone man shrugged with a smile. If you think it is unfair, you can choose not to participate. You can choose to give up. The sinful lady clenched her fists, feeling extremely humiliated. On the arena, Su Yu was expressionless. He did not have any emotional fluctuations. Even his doppelganger had been destroyed by him, let alone a mere stone statue. He looked at the stone statue with pity and said, "You really should not have met me." As he spoke, he waved his finger. A trace track appeared immediately and quickly bombarded the body of the stone statue. Crack. Under the effect of the ancestral technique, the stone clothes on the surface of the indestructible stone statue finally shattered with a loud bang. However, what was shattered was only the stone skin on its body. A golden stone statue appeared in front of Su Yu. The skin on its body was neat and clean, without any injuries. There were only traces left behind, indicating that the attack just now had caused quite a bit of damage. As expected, the dark red eyes of the stone statue were no longer indifferent. There was only ferocity and murderous intent. "You can die now." The stone statue lifted its foot and stomped on the ground fiercely. As a result, the entire arena collapsed in an instant. The stone statue jumped into the air, then turned into a beam of red light and pressed down on Su Yu from above. While it was still in mid-air, Su Yu felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It was as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. The stone statue had used the power of a great saint to suppress Su Yu with absolute strength. Chapter 2956. Since you don't follow the rules, don't blame me. Su Yu's eyes were cold. The stone man judge below the stage sneered. What else can you do in the stone man palace? The stone man didn't care. No matter how dissatisfied Su Yu was, he had to admit defeat. Su Yu didn't even look at him, let alone the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyaro above him. He clenched his fist, and the real absolute heaven sword flew out of the storage device. At that moment, the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyaro was already bearing down on him. Its eyes were fierce. "Human, go to hell." The pressure of a great saint was completely released. Su Yu was expressionless. He just gently held the hilt and slowly pulled out the absolute heaven sword. The body of the absolute heaven sword trembled in resistance, more intensely than ever before, because the Prince Xiaoyaro it was most willing to acknowledge was right in front of it. Fortunately, there were remnants of the resentment of the two great saints in the absolute heaven sword. With their help, Su Yu could barely stabilize the sword. "It's you who should die." Clang. The absolute heaven sword was unsheathed. Suddenly, the world turned dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. The surrounding area felt the restlessness of the atmosphere, especially the path energy, which gathered at the place where the absolute heaven sword appeared at an amazing speed. Because the condensed path energy was so thick, the friction between the path energy created sparks. Countless sparks gathered together and formed a curtain of fire that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, illuminating the earth in a deep red. Many people raised their heads, only thinking that the heavens were being ignited, making them bow down in worship, feeling endless reverence. This was the case in the outside world, let alone the Stone Man Palace. As soon as the absolute heaven sword appeared, the whole Stone Man Palace, with Su Yu at the center, was burning, forcing the stone man and the sinful girl to retreat. The burning fire blocked their sight and their probing souls, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. They could only see the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyaro smashing down with the power to destroy the sky. Then there was an earth-shattering sound. The arena, which had already been shattered, completely shattered. Even the Stone Man Hall trembled violently. The sinful girl had a bad feeling and said, "Everyone in the cauldron, withdraw from the Stone Man Palace." She could see that Su Yu was about to go all out, and once he did, the small Stone Man Palace would not be able to withstand it. The stone judge was able to keep his composure. He looked up at the faintly discernible patterns on the wall and calmly said, "Don't worry. If the Stone Golem Hall was so easily destroyed, then it wouldn't be called the Stone Golem Hall." The Stone Golem Hall had been carefully designed. Even the stronger great saints wouldn't be able to destroy it. Even the stone statue of Xiao Yaro, son of heaven, did not have this ability, let alone a mere human. The sinful lady did not listen to him. She was the only one who understood Su Yu's true combat power. She immediately led all the members of the Cauldron away from the Stone Man Palace. The golem judge scoffed at this. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound and a miserable groan came from the flames that filled the sky. Immediately after, a tangible palm flew out from the flames, almost brushing past the stone judge's body as it flew out. His palm hit the wall and immediately created a hole in it. The so-called protective pattern was directly destroyed, and it did not produce any protective effect. The Stone Man judge's face stiffened. His back was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked at the center of the flames, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, the palm that flew out was not the human, but the stone statue of Xiao Yarrow, son of heaven. But how was that possible? The cultivation of the stone statue of Xiao Yarrow, son of heaven, had reached the level of a great saint. Even the strongest ancient saint would not be able to harm it. Dong! Suddenly, a series of after-images flew out from the flames and scattered in all directions. Some of them went in the direction of the stone judge. This time, he was not so lucky. He was hit by one of the fragments of the stone statue. Bang! In an instant, the fragments of the stone statue were like the sharpest blades, piercing through his body and leaving a bloody hole. He was also pushed by a powerful force and slammed into the wall. Crack! A large area of cracks appeared on the body of the stone judge. Traces of black liquid flowed out from the cracks. It was the blood of the stone statue's heart. It would only flow out when the stone judge was seriously injured. After the stone judge luckily escaped, he looked at the sea of flames in fear and immediately ran out of the stone statue palace, not daring to stay any longer. As soon as he left the stone statue palace, he heard a loud rumbling sound behind him. He turned his head and saw that the stone statue palace had collapsed. Apart from the center of the arena, everything else was buried. The flames in the center of the arena gradually weakened. The Stone Man judge's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the fire without blinking. A blurry silhouette appeared in front of him. That figure was not the stone statue of Xiao Yarrow, son of heaven, but Su Yu. As for the stone statue of Xiao Yarrow, son of heaven, all that was left was its chest, which Su Yu had stepped on. The rest of its body had been destroyed. At this point, the battle was over. Su Yu slowly sheathed his sword and looked at the stone judge. He said lightly, "What are you waiting for? Come and judge the winner." The stone judge finally came back to his senses. He swallowed hard and looked at Su Yu with fear in his eyes. What kind of terrifying strength did this young human have? Good, oh good. The stone judge walked over and looked at the stone statue of Xiao Yarrow, son of heaven. His scalp went numb, and he did not dare show any disrespect in his eyes. "It is your victory," the stone judge said immediately. In fact, was there even a need to judge? Su Yu was unharmed, but the stone statue of Xiao Yarrow, son of heaven was destroyed. Su Yu nodded slightly. "Then, give it to me." All 3 rounds of tests had been successful. The tripod had successfully been promoted to a great family and should have received a seal. However, the stone judge hesitated and said awkwardly, I don't have a seal anymore." Su Yu narrowed his eyes and walked slowly toward him. "Are you trying to tell me that we risked our lives to pass the 3 rounds of tests, but in the end, you don't have the seal of a great family?" The stone judge's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, The seal has been given to someone else in advance." This was why the test of the stone statue palace was so difficult, and why it was so malicious that it did not allow people to pass. Because the seal had been sold to other forces, there were no extra seals to give to those who passed. Everything had been going smoothly. With the current level of difficulty, no one was qualified to pass the test. However, who knew that a ferocious Su Yu would appear out of nowhere and even crush the stone statue of Xiao Yarrow, son of heaven? Given it to someone else in advance. "Fine, I will report this matter to the Hall of Heaven," Su Yu said coldly. The Hall of Heaven was also an organization for the descendants of the Holy Mountain Heaven. The difference was that the Hall of Heaven was directly connected to the Holy Mountain Heaven. Anything that happened in the 9-star civilization would be reported to the Heaven by the Hall of Heaven. Moreover, There were countless powerful people in the Hall of Heaven who were in charge of the various stone statue palaces. As a stone judge, he dared to sell the seal to someone else for personal gain. Chapter 2957. Wait, the stone man quickly said. Give me a little more time, I'll think of another way. Su Yu shook his head. Why should I believe you? He could not trust any of the descendants of the emperor, let alone this stone man with ulterior motives. Then what will make you believe me? The stone man anxiously asked, stomping his feet. Once he reported this to the emperor's palace, he would not be punished with death. Because the punishment would be a living hell. Perhaps it would be banished to the most terrifying place in the sacred mountain, the Yellow Springs. There was no time there. Once he entered, he would become a grain of sand in the Yellow Springs, lying there forever. He could not speak, move, or train. He could only lie there for eternity, experiencing the most ruthless torture of time. He could not die even if he wanted to. Countless descendants of the emperor would rather die than enter the Yellow Springs if they knew they were going to be punished like this. Su Yu was slightly surprised. He was just threatening, but the stone man's degree of fear was beyond his expectations. Even if he were to kill him, he might not be this afraid. He rolled his eyes and said, Then tell me, how do you think of a way? The stone man was quick-witted and said, I only gave you this month's seal. The next month's seal has yet to be delivered. As soon as the emperor's palace delivers it, I will give it to you immediately. I swear on the bloodline of the descendants of the emperor that I am not lying. Su Yu's eyes flickered. Every stoneman palace only had one quota every month, so what the stoneman said was not entirely a lie. However, it was the stoneman's own fault. Why should Su Yu bear the responsibility? My time is precious, and I have no time to delay, Su Yu said coldly. The stoneman quickly said, How about this, as compensation, while you wait, I will give you a piece of land. How about that? Su Yu's eyes lit up. His favorite territory was, of course, the famed Sword Saint clan. However, it was being eyed by many and was not easily occupied. The Cauldron was indeed lacking a temporary territory. Do you have the ability to divide the territory? Su Yu questioned. The stone man said proudly, Of course. Within this realm, who would dare to disrespect me? The so-called realm was the concept of territorial division in the 9-star civilization. The 9-star civilization was divided into 10 days, and each day was governed by an emperor. Every day, there were 24 caves, and each cave contained 100 realms. At the moment, Su Yu was in an inconspicuous small realm in the heaven under the direct jurisdiction of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower. As the only golem palace in this realm, the golem judge's status was quite high. Even if they forcibly divided a part of the territories of other forces, those forces could only be angry and not dare to say anything. Where do you plan to settle us? Su Yu asked. Golem Palace took out the map of the realm and pointed to the most central position. This is the place with the most Dao Qi in the Cloud Wilderness. There is a force that has just been exterminated and its territory is empty. Why don't you go and take it over? Su Yu fixed his gaze on it. The place was called Tsangtian Mountain. The map showed that there were 78 aristocratic families and 3 sacred clans near Tsangtian Mountain. One of them was the sacred clan that Qing Mu belonged to, and it was quite powerful. As for the other 2 sacred clans, they were even stronger. These forces occupied the best area of the Kangtian Mountain, and the exterminated aristocratic family was located at the mountainside. The Dao Qi was quite abundant, and it could be considered a rather good place. Why is it empty? Su Yu's eyes lit up. In the 9-star civilization, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Any place with spiritual energy had been occupied. Why was this empty place not occupied by other forces? The golem judge shook his head. I'm not sure, but this is the best place I can find for you. If you want a better place, you will have to wait for a long time, and you may not get it. After thinking for a while, Su Yu nodded slowly. Well, I'll believe you this time, but you have to hand over the seal to me in a month at most. Otherwise, you know the consequences better than I do. Of course, of course. Seeing that Su Yu had finally relented, the golem judge felt as if he had just passed by the gates of hell. Fortunately, he had encountered a new force with no background, and he could use a good place to deal with it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. Having survived the disaster, he immediately rebuilt the Golem Palace. Su Yu led the members of the Cauldron to Tsungtian Mountain. As soon as he left the city, Su Yu stopped and said lightly, "You have been following me for a while. How long do you plan to follow me?" In the city, a young man with wood patterns all over his body walked out sneakily. It was Qing Mu from the Saint clan. With a hint of fear on his face, he carefully approached Su Yu and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Su." Su Yu stared at him calmly. "Didn't you want to take revenge on me just now? I don't deserve to be called a senior." Hearing this, Qing Mu's face trembled. He hurriedly said, "I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me if I have offended you." As he spoke, he ruthlessly slapped himself twice. Su Yu was not in the mood to argue with Qing Mu, so he said, "Speak quickly." Qing Mu hurriedly said, "Senior, I am willing to lead the way to the hidden sky mountain. I am not blind. I can walk on my own," Su Yu said with a frown. Qing Mu said, "Senior, you must not know that the hidden sky mountain is dangerous. Not long ago, a great family was destroyed." Su Yu's frown eased. Was the great family that he mentioned the one that had been destroyed? Why was it destroyed? Su Yu asked thoughtfully. Qing Mu hurriedly said, "It is said that 9 ancient ferocious beasts massacred the great family in one night." 9 ancient ferocious beasts? Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Why did it sound so familiar? As far as he knew, there was only one person who owned 9 ancient ferocious beasts, Jiyu Taishu. This guy is really famous. Su Yu could not help but be surprised. If he had any enemies from Jojo until now, Jiyu Taishu should be the only one. His luck was not particularly strong, but his life was really tough. The collapse of an 8-star civilization, such a mighty catastrophe, and he did not die in it. It seems that the 9-star civilization is not that big. It is so easy to meet an old friend, Su Yu murmured thoughtfully. Life in the cloud desolate territory will not be too boring. Qing Mu's face was full of joy. He said, "I am willing to lead the way for you." The reason for the 180-degree change in his attitude was simple. Su Yu was strong enough to threaten the Holy Clan. How could Qing Mu dare to be his enemy? Su Yu stood still, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, "It is too late. Let's get rid of the Netherworld King first." Its leader had provoked him again and again, and even threatened to take revenge on Su Yu. Such a disaster should be eliminated as soon as possible. Qing Mu's face froze. He said, "Senior, I am afraid you will not meet them." Chapter 2958. What's the reason? Su Yu did not want to be surrounded by the Underworld King's force. That force was not very strong, but most of its members were strong heavenly law masters. If they attacked the Cauldron when Su Yu was not there, it would undoubtedly pose a great threat to the members of the Cauldron. Therefore, it was better to nip this threat in the bud as soon as possible. Qing Mu said hurriedly, "The Underworld King is lucky." As soon as they left the Stone Man Palace, they received an order from the vassal Saint clan to go to a place called the Jingshan Ancient Forest as soon as possible. "I heard that a fossil was dug out there." He secretly clicked his tongue. The Underworld King was indeed lucky. Originally, the Underworld King had reported to the Saint clan that he had failed the test, but the Saint clan did not blame him. Instead, they ordered them to go to a nearby place to investigate the situation. It turned out that at the border of the Cloud Desolate Territory and the nearby White Bone Territory, someone had dug out a prehistoric fossil. Therefore, the Saint clan that the Underworld King was affiliated with had ordered the Underworld King to go and investigate the situation. Without this order, the Underworld King would probably have been destroyed. Just the thought of Su Yu destroying the stone statue of the great Saint Emperor Xiaoyaro made Qing Mu shudder. "Fossil?" Su Yu asked thoughtfully. Qing Mu blinked. "Senior, don't you know about fossils?" Su Yu was in a 9-star civilization, but he did not know what a fossil was. Wasn't this too far-fetched? "Speak clearly," Su Yu said. Qing Mu did not dare to hesitate. The so-called fossil is a kind of energy crystal deposited in the depths of the 9-star civilization. The energy inside is enormous. Su Yu knew nothing about it, and he did not know how enormous it was. For example, to what extent is the energy? Suyu asked casually. He was not interested. Energy crystals were not unfamiliar. Some civilizations even used crystals that contained special energy as currency. There was nothing strange about it. The fossils that the Saint clan valued were probably similar, except that the energy was slightly higher. Sir, there is something you do not know, Qing Mu said. It is said that the energy is the core of the 9-star civilization. Once it is emptied, the 9-star civilization will fall into a dead state. First, the spirit energy will dry up, and the mountains will die. Then, all kinds of spiritual creatures will be on the verge of extinction. Finally, the civilization will not survive and become a dead place. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Weren't that the countless abandoned civilizations in the starry sky? Those civilizations were once 9-star civilizations, but every time they reached a certain stage, they would become a land of death. Suyu had always thought it was similar to the destruction of an 8-star civilization. Only now did he understand that it was the 9-star civilization that had overexploited, causing the civilization to be on the verge of extinction. For countless eras, the Nightmare Crossing beings were like blood-sucking bugs, sucking up the resources of one civilization after another. Then, they would constantly change to a new civilization, which was why there were so many decadent worlds in the outside world. Suyu was a little confused, and said, "If we excavate the ores like this, what should we do after the 9-star civilization is squeezed dry?" Greenwood laughed. "Senior, you're worrying too much. Whenever a civilization is on the verge of collapse, a new civilization will be born to provide for our esteemed 9-star civilizations to migrate and continue to thrive." Upon hearing this, Suyu shook his head slightly. This idea was not advisable. This was similar to the idea that if the sky collapsed, there would be a tall person to hold it up. They both pushed the responsibility to the capable person and enjoyed the moment with peace of mind. "How are you so sure that a new civilization will be born?" Suyu asked meaningfully. It was unknown where those civilizations came from. It was unimaginable how much energy was needed to create such a huge 9-star civilization. Who would provide such energy? How could one hand one's fate to an unknown existence? Greenwood scratched his head. How would we know? Anyway, it has always been like this, and there has never been an accident. Suyu shook his head, and said, "Do you know where the fossil is?" He was a little interested in the fossil. Greenwood said cheerfully, "I have also received instructions from my family." He took out a round plate, on which was a moving map of the cloud wilderness. An orange light spot was shining on it. "This is the place." Suyu looked over, and could not help but be surprised. What a coincidence. This location was exactly where the Great Sickle of 10,000 Tribulations was. Could Mo Hung have brought the Great Sickle of 10,000 Tribulations here? Suyu thought for a moment, and said, "Sinful girl, take the cauldron to the Tsangtian mountain first, but don't go to that territory. Find a nearby place to hide temporarily, and wait for my return." "All right." The sinful girl nodded. Jiyu Taishu was likely to appear in that territory, and there was no one in the cauldron who could compete with Jiyu Taishu. "Lead the way," he said to Greenwood. Greenwood was happy to do so, and immediately led the way. As he walked, he took out a flying doctrine artifact and said, "Senior, please board." Suyu took a look and found that it was a mountain-shaped doctrine artifact. "What is it?" Suyu asked. Greenwood said, "A flying doctrine artifact unique to the cloud wilderness. It is extremely fast, comparable to space teleportation. It will take at most 2 days to reach the destination." 2 days. Suyu said, stroking his chin. "Both of your Saint clans know about this, so there is no reason for the other forces not to know. In 2 days, someone will have already gotten to it." Greenwood said helplessly, "That can't be helped. We are far away, and it is likely that those who received the news first, or those who are near the fossil, will benefit from it." Suyu said, "What I mean is, we can also shorten the time." Greenwood was startled, and his face was bitter. "Senior, please don't make things difficult for me. This flying doctrine artifact is already the best in the cloud wilderness. I can't do anything about it, no matter how good it is." He was a little depressed. This senior probably didn't know how far the destination was from here. Even a great saint would need at least 3 days to reach it. Even if Suyu had the strength of a great saint, 3 days was inevitable. 2 days was already the limit, and Suyu was still not satisfied. I mean, I know the space domain. Why bother with a doctrine artifact? Suyu said expressionlessly as he formed the space domain around him. Perhaps in the 8-star civilizations, the space domain was rare, but in the 9-star civilizations, there should be some. Otherwise, the flying treasure that Greenwood had just taken out had a space domain level that was very close to the origin level. It must have been made by someone who had mastered the origin level space domain. Ah, Senior, you are an origin level space domain master? Greenwood was dumbfounded. Senior, are you from the Space Saint clan? Indeed. The 9-star civilizations had a race that specialized in the space domain. Chapter 2959. The Space Master was a creature sent by Emperor Xiaoyaro to the 8-star civilization to guard the place. His origin was still a secret. Most likely, he had something to do with the so-called Space Saint clan. Sort of, Suyu said calmly. Suyu said calmly. Part of his primordial space realm was successfully cultivated by the bloodline power of the Space Dominator. It would not be wrong to say that he had something to do with the Space Saint clan. Gulp. Qingmu swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear. The Space Saint clan was the strongest clan in the cave, ruling over 100 territories, including the Cloud Desolate territory. He did not expect Suyu to come from such a clan. No wonder he had the guts to lead a group of disorderly people to establish a great clan. Perhaps he was a member of the Saint clan, just like himself, and wanted to establish his own clan. But the other party's background was more than 100 times greater than his. Elder, your cultivation and identity are things that I can only hope to achieve in this lifetime. Qingmu's respect grew. Suyu did not bother to explain. Cut the crap, lead the way. Qingmu immediately pointed in a certain direction and said, it's trillions of miles away from here. The Yuan realm space around Suyu flickered, and he disappeared with Qingmu. As for the sinful lady, she led the tripod's forces to the Tsungtian mountain. Somewhere in the cave, a group of white-robed masters of the Tao of the Heavens stood respectfully in a magnificent palace that stood atop a mountain. There were many of them, and they filled the sky above the hall. There were at least 100,000 of them. They all stood solemnly with their hands clasped behind their backs, looking up at the sky as if they were waiting for something. After a moment of silence, a silvery bell-like sound came from the sky. A beast carriage pulled by a snow-white demonic beast sped over. The crowd was excited. They knelt down on one knee and shouted loudly, "The branch of the Myriad Cave Heavenly Law Palace pays its respects to the Grand Master." It turned out that this place was just a branch of the Myriad Cave Heavenly Law Palace. The carriage stopped, and a lovely 14-year-old girl dressed in a snow-white coat walked out leisurely from inside. She was the Grand Master of the Heavenly Law Palace, Bai Shui. The sun, moon, and stars faintly surrounded her. It was not an illusion, but a natural manifestation of her domain. To achieve such a level, one's cultivation had to be at least a great saint. Not bad. Ever since the Sword Sacred clan had seized 10% of the primordial energy, Bai Shui had finally broken through to the Great Sage level after years of accumulation, becoming the only great sage in the history of the Temple of Heaven. As long as she was willing, she could lead the Temple of Heaven to conduct a higher-level appraisal and promote the Temple of Heaven to a sacred clan. However, she had other more important things to do, so she didn't have time to advance. "Please rise," Bai Shui said. The law masters of the branch palaces rose to their feet and looked at the shopkeeper who looked like a young girl with awe. "Today, I have come to the branch palace for no other reason." Bai Shui said slowly, "A few days ago, the Son of Heaven Palace sent a message to the Temple of Heaven, asking us to investigate the large number of creatures that have suddenly entered the Temple of Heaven." This made Bai Shui frown. Actually, she didn't need to ask to know who did it. Who else could it be other than Suyu, who had taken advantage of her and stolen the Great Seal of the Heavenly Law Palace, as well as the stone statue seal? "This guy deserves to be cut into pieces, but he's so tough," Bai Shui muttered. She had once thought that Su Yu had died in the Black Abyss near the Sacred Sword Clan. Unexpectedly, a year later, she received news that a large number of unknown people had successfully entered the Nine-Star Civilization using the official documents approved by the Temple of Heaven. She was happy and annoyed at the same time. You actually made 1,000,000,000,000 official documents, you are really impolite. Bai Shue's heart ached. The stone statue seal had most likely been destroyed, right? What was more distressing was that the old guys in the Temple of Heaven seemed to have realized that she had lost the Great Seal. They had even interrogated her before, but she had cleverly changed the subject. Now, she was trying to find a way to recover the Great Seal and the seal. The most effective way to find them was, of course, to find that B***starred. We will obey the orders of the Temple Master, the 100,000 heavenly law masters shouted in unison. The scene was spectacular. They quietly waited for Bai Shue's further instructions. Since they were looking for someone, they should at least provide the person's appearance and characteristics. Bai Shue was also in a difficult position. She had spent a lot of time with Su Yu, but Su Yu had always been wearing a mask, so she couldn't see his face at all. Even now, she couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. She could only tell from the voice that it seemed to be a man. This person's identity is unknown, so it won't be easy to find him. But since he has led a large number of living creatures to the Cave of 10,000 Heavenly Law, he must have established some forces. Spread out and search the 100 territories. Pay attention to the new forces that have appeared. The Heaven Law Masters nodded. Under Bai Shue's command, they were divided into 100 teams, each responsible for searching one territory. When everything was done, the Temple Master said meaningfully, "Grand Temple Master, to tell you the truth, our Temple Master has recently received reliable news that a fossil was found at the border of the Cloud Desolate Territory and the Whitebone Territory." Hearing that, Bai Shue raised her eyebrows and gritted her teeth. A bunch of greedy things. Even now, they still don't repent. Have they forgotten where those abandoned 9-star civilizations came from? Any ambitious person knew that fossils were the foundation of a civilization and should never be destroyed. Otherwise, civilizations would wither away sooner or later. But they couldn't stop those who were blinded by greed. They kept searching for fossils and used the power within to improve themselves. Humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. For many years, the forces searching for fossils have never stopped. The Temple Master was worried. If the top few sacred clans don't take the lead, how will the forces below them know their place? Bai Shue was even angrier at the mention of this. Excavating fossils was a good start for the top forces. To ensure that their forces remained at the top, those forces spared no effort in excavating fossils. If they were still digging, how would the forces below them know their place? Grand Temple Master, it's best that we don't interfere. The sacred clans in the Cave of 10,000 Heavenly Law are all ready to interfere. We can't stop them. The Temple Master suggested. Bai Shue snorted. Since I'm here, I won't let them do as they please. Grand Temple Master, you've just entered the Great Saint level. I'm afraid you shouldn't make them your enemy, the Temple Master said worriedly. There were many of them, and they were all veteran Great Saints. How could Bai Shue fight them? Bai Shue smiled slyly. I don't have to fight them head-on. All right, let me know if there's any news. I'll make a move first. Bai Shue immediately flew to the spot where the fossil had appeared. A day later, at the border of the Cloud Desolate Territory, Su Yu and Qing Mu tore through the space in front of a blazing mountain. Qing Mu was shocked. Senior's Yuan realm has already been cultivated to the late stage, right? They had arrived here in just one day? Chapter 2960. Su Yu replied calmly, more or less. His Yuan realm had been trained to its peak and could not go any further. If he went any further, he would have the legendary power that could rival that of the Holy Mountain's Emperor. Is that the mountain where the fossils appeared? Su Yu looked at the mountains in front of him. One of the mountains was particularly eye-catching. It was blood-red all over, as if it had been splashed with a layer of divine blood. It gave off an eerie feeling. Qing Mu followed Su Yu's gaze and nodded slightly. Yes. When the fossils appear, there will be a blood disaster. He paused for a moment, then said, but with your strength, you will definitely be able to survive. Blood disaster? What do you mean? Su Yu also felt that the mountain was ominous. Qing Mu thought for a moment, his eyes filled with confusion. I don't know if you believe in the so-called unseen. In fact, at Qing Mu's level and status, he should have long understood that the so-called unseen was, in fact, some more powerful living beings. Su Yu had felt this even more clearly after he had walked step by step from the dust-like Shenyu Island to where he was today. Every time he thought he had encountered the will of the heavens, the ruler of the unseen world. But in the end, those were just powerful living beings beyond his understanding. Go on, Su Yu said calmly. Qing Mu said, every time a fossil appears, it is accompanied by a certain amount of death. It is really as if it has long been predestined. There has never been an exception. Even the smallest fossils can cause a certain amount of death, and there are all kinds of ways of death and injury. Either they fight each other and cause rivers of blood, or they attract natural disasters, or some dangerous things appear, and so on and so forth. There are many possibilities. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. A natural disaster? He wondered if the natural disaster that Qing Mu mentioned was the one that he had thought of. However, although it is full of danger, many forces still come to fight for it, because the benefits are too great. Qing Mu's eyes were filled with desire. The power contained in those fossils is so terrifying that it's said that even an early Heaven Dao Lord can become a great sage. In fact, there are even peak great sages who rely on those fossils to break through the final barrier and become beings comparable to the Sky Clan. Although Su Yu was tempted, he restrained himself. Fossils were obviously the essence of the 9-star civilization. Digging one piece was equivalent to digging one's own grave. Anyone with a bit of rationality would understand that they should resist. Senior, do you want to go closer and dig? Greenwood asked. Su Yu pondered it for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, I just want to take a look. Su Yu was not willing to dig his own grave. Moreover, he could sense the aura of several great saint-level experts even though he didn't have a clear perception. Some of them were quite terrifying. If a great sage expert had deliberately concealed himself, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. One could imagine the danger of fighting over fossils. Although he has the absolute heaven sword in hand, using it once consumes almost all of his strength. In a situation where there were so many great sage experts, it was better not to rashly participate in the fight. When he thought of this, he once again added some heavenly book characters to his body, making his black robe even more secretive, making it difficult for others to detect his identity. As for Greenwood, if he was by her side, it would be too conspicuous. Wait here, I will go over and investigate, Su Yu said. Greenwood nodded and watched Su Yu go to the foot of the Blood Mountain, soon disappearing from his sight. With a thoughtful look in his eyes, he said, if we can further befriend you, it will definitely be beneficial to our Saint clan. Su Yu arrived at the foot of the Blood Mountain. There were already several territories nearby, all of which had been occupied in advance. There were groups of at least 3 to 5 people, and at most hundreds of people. Su Yu had no intention of fighting with them, so he chose a relatively quiet place to sit cross-legged and wait for the fossils to be completely born. Now, he just wanted to see what a fossil was, and why it could become the core of a 9-star civilization. There is someone here, can't you see? Suddenly, Su Yu had just sat down cross-legged when a cold, unfriendly voice came. Su Yu looked sideways and found that not far from him, under the shade of a tree, a woman in a yellow robe was sitting. She was extremely short, and her face was covered in a yellow robe that covered her whole body, leaving only her sparkling eyes visible. Is this owned by your family? Su Yu responded indifferently. He wasn't too close to the woman, so he didn't affect her at all. Humph. Suit yourself. Don't regret it. The woman snorted and closed her mouth, silently cultivating. Su Yu also closed his eyes and carefully sensed, only to find that the energy here was extremely rich, probably hundreds of times more than in the outside world. A day's training here was equivalent to about 100 days in the outside world. As expected of the place where the fossils are about to be born, the abundance of the energy is beyond imagination. Su Yu was amazed. There were other places in the 9-star civilization where the energy was 100 times richer, but each of them had been occupied by the powerful families. Moreover, even if they occupied it, it was the core of the family, and only the enemy's clansmen were qualified to enjoy it. Now that there was a natural land here, one could imagine how precious it was. Su Yu immediately sat cross-legged and opened the time realm. A day's training time was equivalent to 1,000 days' worth of training. Coupled with the hundreds of times more effective training here than in the outside world, the results of a day's training would be beyond imagination. Su Yu did not hesitate to do it, and he immediately started to cultivate. Throughout the day, more and more forces arrived one after another. Among them was the Nether King. After the Nether King appeared, he looked at the strong men on the ground and couldn't help but click his tongue. He said, "I don't know when the family will arrive. We are not qualified to compete at all." There were several Saint clan members present, so how could the Nether King compete? "My lord, look over there." Suddenly, a confidant pointed to a corner. The Nether King followed his gaze, and his pupils shrank. "Am I seeing things?" Although Su Yu was masked, he didn't deliberately hide his aura. He could still recognize that this person was the leader of the Cauldron. But how was that possible? After receiving the order from his clansmen, he immediately rushed over. Su Yu couldn't be one step ahead of him, could he? "My lord, he is training, should we?" The confidant made a gesture of cutting his throat. The Nether King's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He said, "Do you still need to ask?" He gave a look, and his confidant led the two of them over. However, before they were ready to move, a small tree suddenly grew on the ground in front of them, causing them to stop in their tracks. Chapter 2961. Why are you here? The Nether King asked in disbelief. Even if Qing Mu had received the news later, he shouldn't have arrived earlier than him. Qing Mu walked out of the tree and said, "The Saint clan has our own special methods." Hearing this, the Nether King was confused, but he didn't think too much about it. Qing Mu was different from him. He was just a subordinate of the Saint clan, but the Nether King was a direct descendant of the Saint clan, so it wasn't strange for him to have some special methods. "Fine, you've come at the right time." The Nether King pointed at Su Yu, who was meditating in Luoyang, and said in a low voice, "Look at this person. Do you recognize him?" Greenwood turned his head to look, his eyeballs rolling as he said, "Why is it him? Why is he here?" The Nether King's eyes turned cold. "It seems like you have recognized him. We were both harmed by him. Since we've met, let's..." He looked at Su Yu fiercely, indicating that he wanted to kill Su Yu. Qing Mu hesitated. "It's just a small verbal conflict. Is there a need to kill him?" The Nether King snorted coldly. "How can it be a verbal conflict? This person's life must be taken." After hesitating for a while, Qing Mu said, "Fine, I'll help you." His hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were secretly activating the Nirvana artifact. When the Nether King attacked, he would also attack. Of course, his target wasn't Su Yu, but the Nether King. As the saying went, it was easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to provide help in a time of need. If he could help his senior in a time of need, it would be a great favor. However, I've suddenly changed my mind. The Nether King's eyes shone with cruelty. "Isn't he cultivating? Then, I'll make him go berserk. That will be the best punishment." Qing Mu's eyes flickered dangerously as he asked calmly, "What do you plan to do?" The Nether King laughed coldly. "Unfortunately, I have a portion of the crazy heart powder that was bestowed upon me by the Saint clan. Once I inhale it during my cultivation, I'll definitely encounter all kinds of obstacles during my cultivation. In the end, I'll go berserk and become a cripple." Qing Mu's face was calm, and he didn't find it strange at all. This was because he and the Netherworld King were the same kind of people. In other words, there were no good people in the Nine-Star civilizations. The kind ones had long been devoured by the sinister Nine-Star civilization, and not even their bones were left. "Sure, let me have a look," Greenwood said calmly. The Nether King chuckled. "I've let you see a joke." He lifted his finger and opened his spatial storage device, taking out a white jade box. Who would have thought that his palm would be empty? What happened? The Nether King was stunned. He had clearly used his will to take out the insane heart powder. Why did he fail? He once again searched his space storage device with his consciousness, but what made him cry out in surprise was, "Where's my heart madness powder?" The insane heart powder in the spatial storage device had actually disappeared. He searched again in disbelief, but the result was that he couldn't find it. The heart madness powder was not a particularly precious item, but its disappearance was too bizarre. Could it be that if the transfer failed, the item would disappear from the storage device? "Brother Nether King, what's wrong?" Ching Mu asked in surprise. The Nether King looked at his palm and said, "Did you notice anything strange just now?" Ching Mu blinked his eyes and said, "No." "Oh, it seemed like a gust of wind." He had indeed felt a strange gust of dark wind just now, but it had disappeared in a flash. "Wind?" The Nether King looked around but did not find anything strange. "That's strange," the Nether King said in surprise. "But don't worry about it." His gaze fell on Suyu again, and his eyes became cold. "Then let's just kill him." "All right." Ching Mu's eyes turned cold. Just as the Nether King was about to attack Suyu, he suddenly took out a wooden dagger from his sleeve and thrust it at the Nether King's abdomen. The Nether King was caught off guard, and he would definitely be killed by the dagger. Unexpectedly, the Nether King seemed to be prepared. A shield appeared behind him, and it blocked Ching Mu's dagger. Ching Mu's expression changed, and he looked at the Nether King. The Nether King turned his head, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Ching Mu, do you really think I'm that easy to deceive?" Ching Mu had a bad premonition, and he immediately retreated. However, just as he retreated, the Nether King's strong martial artists joined hands to cast a giant net filled with lightning, and Ching Mu was instantly trapped within it. Only then did Ching Mu realize that he had been tricked. The Nether King looked at Ching Mu, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Your acting skills are too poor. I could tell from the beginning that there was something wrong with you. From what I remember, Ching Mu was quite arrogant. Why would he cooperate with me to kill someone?" The Nether King's eyes revealed a cold smile. "Furthermore, you kept asking me to cooperate with you. So, I guessed that you were waiting for the best opportunity to strike." Ching Mu's expression was extremely ugly. He had wanted to help his senior, but had instead been captured by the Nether King. "Nether King, if I were you, I would scram as far away as I can. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets." The Nether King had already escaped from Suyu's grasp. Now, he had come out of his own accord. He was really seeking death. "Is that so?" The Nether King looked at Suyu, then at Ching Mu. "What's wrong with you? Why are you helping this motley crew?" Ching Mu shook his head and laughed. "You are the motley crew." The Nether King was puzzled. He wondered if Ching Mu had lost his mind. "Forget it." The Nether King stared at Suyu and said, "Kill him first." One of his trusted subordinates immediately stepped forward. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Heavenly Lawmaster, so killing Suyu should be a piece of cake. However, just as the trusted subordinate was about to reach Suyu, a remnant mark, invisible to the naked eye, instantly shot out and killed the trusted subordinate, turning him into dust on the spot. The sudden change startled the Nether King and the others. What happened? The Nether King was in disbelief. The one who had died was a middle-stage Heavenly Lawmaster, who could be ranked among the top 4 Nether Kings. However, he had been killed without anyone noticing. Was this a dream? However, Suyu opened his eyes slowly, and there was a hint of anger in them. "You ran away, and I didn't even bother to look for you. I didn't expect you to come looking for me." The time domain around him stopped, and he stood up unhurriedly. The Nether King frowned, and his eyes flickered. He pointed at one of the middle-stage Heavenly Law Masters and said, "You go." The latter hesitated for a moment, then braced himself and stepped forward. He exerted his flame domain, which engulfed Suyu. Suyu stood where he was, motionless. With a flick of his finger, the opponent's flame domain was completely destroyed. Not only that, but the middle-stage Heavenly Lawmaster was also blasted into dust on the spot. This time, they finally saw Suyu attack.